Good morning, good morning. How's it going, everybody? Greetings, greetings. Hope you're all having a good morning. Got some nice ones today. A little bit of Gruul Aggro. Digital coming in with the first. Love to see it. Starting out with Willie Edel's Gruul Midrange deck. Looked really cool from the premiere event this weekend. Morning, hope you're feeling better. I am. Thank you. Appreciate it. The joys of getting random stomach flues usually is gone in a day, which is nice. Still home sick from work. Hope you're feeling better, friend, but hope I can entertain you while you're here. That makes sense. Time zones and all that fun stuff. Good evening for you, friend. Alright, well, this hand's great. We're up against Gigantha. Probably either Practice Sacrifice, I guess. But there's a couple Gigantha decks kicking around. Oh, Niv. Well, Niv should be pretty reasonable matchup as long as we're able to keep our board alive. Wanted to buy Bard class, but such a flash in the pan. Hey, it keeps flashing over and over again, so it's not the worst thing to be looking at. Not to... Yeah, I think we're supposed to just dump a bunch of things on the board and then try and Embercleave them next turn. Gotta go fast. That's the name of the game against this deck, for sure. Arian. Rude to have right there. Is the thing that punishes us hardest. What do you think of the new Pioneer Challenger decks? I think they're pretty good. I have some articles coming out breaking them down. I think the blue-red one is good. I just wish it was a little bit more complete. The Gruul one actually I think is in pretty good shape. It costs similar to be able to fully upgrade it to what the blue-red does, but it's a lot better out of the box. Kind of the same with white-black and blue-black, because I think most of them are in pretty good shape. It's just a matter of figuring out what you want. Game turned very quickly on the back of them having Clarion. Now they're in line to just slam a Niv or bring to light and we're up a creek, but they were in pretty good shape, but this is the downside to Niv is they do just run a glut of removal and wraths. Like they get Bring to Light, Scarab God, and Lothus. Not ideal for us, huh? Yeah, I think Bring to Light's gonna end this game. Game 2. Them. I don't think we do. The problem is like we want Embercleave in any of the situations where we don't just get wrathed. I think we want Domries to add a little bit of mid to late game. You strictly on YouTube now, or streaming both YouTube and Twitch? Streaming both. Boulder Elf. I think for the future I'm gonna be streaming both, at least for now. I like the YouTube platform too, though, and the lack of ads is something I do quite like. Although it is just an element of Twitch we can't get rid of. So feeling out how it goes, but I do quite like the YouTube platform. I wish there were some changes, but they're working on it, and can't be too mad about being able to stream on both at the moment. I think this is a matchup where we'd rather have cleave. The problem being they're gonna have a lot of removal targeting whatever we put the cleave on. Go to the company instead. Oh, if they're quite controlling enough where we want the Xenagos to be over the Ronus. I think Ronus is probably have much. Yeah, I think we just go for the full swap out. Against the removal heavy decks, that's the plan I like to go. Man, the Clarion was backbreaking. We played into it as much as humanly possible, though. I think that's just the speed at which we have to go in this matchup. We're not winning after game. Alright, Heart's Desire to stomp into 5/5. Well, that gives us a backup one, which is nice. Take out your Shockland, add 2 Phoenixes, the deck will be more completed. Well, you definitely want more of the Shocklands from the Challenger deck, but you do need the other Phoenixes. That is for sure. The biggest letdown of those decks so far has been that you do need to basically rebuild the mana base from scratch on most of them, which is very punishing. And then I think you also need to fix some of the threat base. I mean, no Ledger Shredders is sad, but adding Thing in the Ice is your other threats okay. Like I said, the blue-red one is very powerful, but not having 4 Phoenixes is kind of a big miss for me. Add in the fact that you don't even have access to, or that they included expressive iteration, which is, you know, not great. Does make it that you're kind of required to make some changes off the bat, which I always find tough when you're doing these decks. I want these challenger decks to be as close to plug and play as possible. Which, like, I think the Gruul, the blue-black, and the blue, or the white-black are the closest, but it's really more dependent on some other factors, which is, I think, the best among those. I'm really interested in the Gruul one. Gruul one has looked promising to me. Okay, bad. Should have played the Heart's Desire first there. Yeah, we should have just played Heart's Desire first, and we had Coco back up anyway. We're never Cocoing there because we're never taking a 1/1. What you up to, opponent? Use their Clarion. I'm gonna kill the 1/1 again. Oh, put Gigant in a hand, sure. Coco time. Alright. That's lethal. 5, 10, 13, 14, 17, 19? Yeah, well, we found the line. Collected Company got it done, even with our missed damage there. Like I said, I think this deck is incredible into these kind of like 1-for-1 slightly slower decks, because you just keep beating them up. But you do need to hit some of your 2-for-1s. Like I said, we got Clarion again, but this time we didn't run his face first into it. Oh, this hand is so good with a red source, huh? We gotta that. Alright, this hand's much better. Mana base in the Humans Challenger deck looks very good, but the decks to start is Gruul one for you? Yeah, I would definitely start Gruul, at least from what I've looked so far. Like I said, I'm doing a deep dive over on playing Pioneer. Started with blue-red and Gruul for today, and then tomorrow's article is going to be white-black and blue-black. But that was my big takeaway from the Gruul deck, was it's the most I mean, I still need to compare it 1-to-1 with the white black deck, but of the first two I looked at, it's definitely the more complete out of the box deck. And I think that these kind of decks are pretty reasonable to upgrade into. Like I said, the Phoenix deck to me is the real upsetting one. I really wish it had just come a little bit more all together. I'm gonna save the Stormkeeper. I know I'm once again playing into Clarion, but given that they are missing a third land, it has to be exactly a red land. Oh, the lists are out? Yes. Yeah, the list came out the other, or I want to say a week or two ago. I can post it in Twitch chat for you. Take it for your wife for DreamHacks purchased. Awesome. Hope y'all have some fun there. I'll be there as well. Hopefully battling you. I live under a rock. Fair enough. I try to live under a rock, but it's like the SpongeBob episodes. Oh yeah, in the finals, absolutely. It's like the SpongeBob episodes. I just want to be Patrick living under my rock, but people keep lifting it up. Can't hide forever. Oh yeah. We can battle in the finals. Easy rares. I'm so hyped for Atlanta. I'm excited. A friend of mine won the first RCQ of the season, so we already got one person queued up for Anaheim. Easy split cash pay for the trophy. Oh yeah, because top two also gets world spots, so Jeff's kiss, easy. Top two getting world spots is so hot. I'm big on it. Yeah, two Phoenixes is the big, like, hold up. Also, two expressive iterations. Oops. On that one. Yeah, Demir Control looks pretty decent. The four Temple of Deceits can get right out against the mana bases. The mana bases are just so... Gruul's good. Gruul's good out of the box. It has good upgrades, and the four Carplusian Forests make it already more tolerable. Yeah, they gave. I mean, the four Rockfall Veils are a little bit awkward. At least you have your Dorks and your Carplusians. And the white black is probably the most complete out of the box because you get the 8 rainbow lands, and then you get your caves and your courtyards. The problem is just that, like, you really want to upgrade into mono white. But if you're gonna stay white black, there's some changes you. I mean, even if they couldn't, right? Like, they've done this before with like Faceless Haven and stuff, where like they print the cards, it goes out, like you can't change it at all, and then they're like, we need to ban this card. Like, that happens, no big deal. And is basically 6 lands. It's much better. That's happened before, and it's not a big deal, but it is always like a little bit of a oof every time you see it, and you're just like, what happened here, friend? Especially when it's something like this, where like you're not gonna include 4 Phoenixes, but you're gonna put in expressive, so it's like extra rough. Where you're just like, oh, we're up against Heroic, yet another Giganta deck. Giganta deck's running wild today. This Ronus is gonna be an absolute stomping if we can ever turn it on. Just an absolute beating and a half. Dude, Stormseeker is one of my favorite cards that never sees play, and I'm so glad we have a deck that now plays it. 2 Thing in the Ice, 4 Phoenix, throw in some Pyromancers. Yeah, the thing is, like, when you look at it, it's Temporal Trespass and Friends that are the expensive part missing. Well, this is gonna wreck us if they have anything. So let's hope they don't. Love to give this haste, but unfortunately can't attack until next turn when we can pump. No magic products for Russian players anymore. Yeah, that's a beating. It's always sad. I saw they discontinued a bunch of foreign product, which is sad, but I'm sure there was some reason behind it. It's just never fun when it happens. Really liking the heroic builds as wedding announcement. Yeah, it gives a lot of mid to late game power. Ooh, that's not a reckless rage, so you might have a chance. Problem with Ronus is if they kill all your small creatures, it becomes worthless. True, but that's part of. Edel did a great job, like an actually unbelievable job, to put Collected Company in the sideboard along with these 8 planeswalkers. So in the matchups where they play a ton of removal, what you do is you cut all of your Embercleaves, Ronuses, etc. that are bad against removal, and you just board in these cards that are haymakers against. And it becomes much, much, much more pleasant. It is a very, very smart plan by a Hall of Famer. Alright, so first things first, let's pump here. Pump up the jams. Hey, how's it going, Sir Eccles? Doing good. We're surviving. I would trade here. A little bit of a weird spot. I don't think they want to trade. Ooh, they do. Okay. I didn't think they wanted to trade, to be honest. But I'm pretty okay with that. We can just zap up an elf. Get in there. We are in a bit of trouble, though. Really hoping that one's going to live so we could pump and then block with Rogue. But this is a handful. But they're not vigilance right now. So currently this is going to be 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So any spell kills us. Oh, 7, not 8. Alright, any spell kills us. If we draw an untapped land that isn't the shock land, we're in good shape. They're Arcanine. Huh? Another Ronus, huh? Well, that's not great for us. Yeah. Unfortunately, we did need one more thing here. Stream Decker, why are you wrong? Quick Stream Decker. Sometimes Stream Decker likes to play a little joke on me. Could have sworn I clicked Gruul Midrange. Alright, so Rending Volley is absolutely in. Midrange. Go at it in Stream Decker. Alright, this is just a creature fight. A creature fight. Our volleys. Skyships are a little expensive for what we're trying to do here. These are great because they eventually outscale what they're doing. Love Strucks are good. Stormseeker's good. Is a little bit questionable. Just because I don't think we need to rely on Cleave as much here. We'd rather just have these volleys and play a fair game. Alright, should have the deck correctly on Stream Decker now. Never know. Stream Decker, like I said, likes to play a nice little joke on me every morning. Yo, Delta, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Alright, this hand's great. Ronuses might have been a recut to inspiration, but in a bad way. The Mammoth's turning on this with any pretty good for us. second Ronus is not what we're... Tell ya. Tell you that. Looking for some lands. Alright, well that's gotta die. I'd love a land. Specifically a red land. Alas. For Yorick. I'm gonna play this tap so that we can start pumping up the jams. Yeah, having to kill the Virtuoso there. Absolute must. Cannot let that thing run us. Play? Okay. Really don't want them to have a Reckless Rage, but I think we never want them to have a Reckless Rage, so it's kind of par for the course on that one. Okay. Doc. Pump here. To attack, draw a card. Don't have anything. We're gonna hold this. We're not gonna do it preemptively, because obviously any spell on this is a problem. Happen. Real time's always a good time. True. How's it going, Christmas? Yeah. The Defiant Strike. The double Defiant Strike is real rude. Alright, well, we do a bunch of damage, but not heal. We had one beat, but they did put us in a tough spot. We don't feel good about it. True. The second Defiant Strike's a beating. Also, favorite Hoplite's that uniquely tough card in a matchup like this, because all our removal is going to be damage based. Yeah, favorite Hoplite's one of those cards that just, when it's good, it's so unbelievably good. Going to energy. Newark, torn between red, black, mid-range, and mono white. I am always an advocate for red, black, personally. But I also think that it often will come down to your style of play. And 4, 5, 6, 7. If we win, if we're holding it back. We just block, take a bunch. We can attack the next turn. Well, if we draw land, we hold this back. I'm always going to lean towards red-black. I think people are going to be prepped and ready for it, but I also think it's something that is just inherently more powerful than the rest. Games so far are going pretty okay. We beat Niv. Heroic feels a little tough. Yeah, I think that'll kill us for sure. I mean, Heroic's tough just because our removal lines up so poorly against them, and they're able to outsize our creatures pretty quickly. The Ronuses have been a little sus thus far, but we have also drawn an abnormal amount of them, to be fair. And we've drawn both Ronuses back-to-back. Yeah, Heroic felt a little tough, but again, it's not too crazy. Yeah, I Mono White's really good, don't get me wrong. And I think being a favorite into green is probably a good place to be, but I always caution people against not just playing the best decks, and to me that's gotta put you in the seat of red, black, or green. Oh, this hand is a red source away from being... Let's see if we can't find a little bit more functional hand. Look, a little bit more functional hand. Yo, A Digital. Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate you, friend. Coming in hot for the 3 months. 1 whole quarter. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good one. Ooh, playing against Greasefang? Or Gruul? Get thoughtseies. Assume if they're, or not Gruul, Green Black midrange. Reverse. So we are playing against Greasefang. Unless, yeah. I guess it's probably a little premature. Yeah, we've been drawing both Ronuses a lot. Like that's not a real reliable metric for us, but yeah, Traverse usually is going to be Greasefang, and Into a Plains, I feel like I'm pretty locked in on it being Greasefang. We notably do not have much for Greasefang. If they turn 3 us, they turn 3 us. It is what it is in terms of that. So we're hoping this Grizzly Salvage just finds 5 non-Greasefang creatures. No artifacts. And okay, well, it hit 2 salvages, Rafine's Informant, and 2 lands. So we mostly dodged. Great. What you always want to hear. It's like, at least we dodged. They took the Rafine's Informant, so my guess is they have the Parhelion, and they're just trying to set up for the Greasefang next turn. Generally why you take the Rafine's Informant there. Yep. Fancy. Well, Pack Leader is the scariest one. Gonna draw us a card next turn. Bone Crusher lets us kill this. Bone Crusher? Fair enough. You gain haste. Alright. We're gonna need them not to have a Greasefang here. Which one would you trade with? Probably the Stormseeker, I think. Although Pack Leader's scary on its own, this giving haste is real problematic in general. Gotta trade with something. Okay, trade with the one that draws us cards makes sense. We did get punished for playing our Sekens in pre-combat as opposed to waiting to do one of the few cards that punishes us. But if they have a Greasefang, it sort of falls under water under a bridge sort of situation, not a punishment, no consequence. Okay. Less scary. Sky Sovereign, Parhelion. They have everything but the Greasefang. They did need to cast a spell or this was going to flip. Play the Takanuma instead of look for another Rafine's Informant. Unfortunate just because it does mean we can't attack in if we want to werewolf. Out here. They pitch a Greasefang. Interesting. Alright, now we're hard punished because we could have played both. Change the fact that we can't attack here. Next turn we get to attack, but be too late. Them pitching a Greasefang is Giga sus. Just tells me they have another one, right? Can't say why, sure. Same idea. That could draw exactly cleave, but we can't attack with this, so it doesn't actually get through. Alright, Liberators. Your time is now. Follies. Boats. Bonuses. On our oozes. They're fine. A little bit unnecessary. Bone Crusher also doesn't do a good job. Might be a Coco. I feel like Cleave is better than Coco here, but they are going to probably board people. Then Cocoing into Liberator or a little bit better. Fair. The rare matchups where don't have all that much. A Bone Crusher Giant. Also, while we're waiting, be sure to check out the tier list that just came out today. Obviously, watch it after the stream or dual monitor. New tier list dropped today. Not a ton of movement, but you get to see some new decks like this one pop up onto the list after a really strong weekend, which is always nice. All right, opponent, you've done it to me. Made me break out the chess app. This is my my form of patience. Here's a check. Here for taking our crate. Easy prayers. All right, next up. The move. Give this, but that doesn't do anything for us. We have this, but this is now a problem. We need to sack this. Now what? Here, we can take this, but that's not very good. It's threatened. Alright. We have a Liberator. This Ooze Liberator. Hard to ask for a better hand against Greasefang. Tapped. Nice. I'm gonna lead on Liberator here because it forces them to play a 2-drop, and a lot of times they want to just like play their Greasefang it or their Grizzly Salvage and speed on 2. And if they don't, then we need to just lead on this Ooze and potentially their cutting. And if they don't play a spell, they are in danger. One Liberato. Alright. What card do you have for me? Parhelion. We're gonna eat that. Hey, how's it going, Dr. Raptor? Hey, yeah, get that out of here. That's mine now. Here you go. We have established control. Up our resource. One more land is what we're looking for. Start playing these Storm Seekers. What's up? Or if they tap out, Yeah, the problem is they want to main phase this Grizzly Salvage, but it means that whatever they don't take gets eaten by ooze, so they can't really do it. And if this becomes a 3/3, all right, pay my ooze. All right, means we can jam a Storm Seeker here if we want. Yeah, I think we're just ooze gamers. Need our ooze, we need their thing. Not gonna be running that much removal. Keep Savage hits a Parhelion. So hit some creatures for us. Take Wayfinder, Rafine's Informant, or they take the Rafine's Informant. Makes sense. Best blocker. Parhelion now. Later, we can eat creatures. We can even threaten an attack here. We will. Threaten this attack. We can eat a Wayfinder and to make it a 4/4. We don't have to, though. Get a half for free. And I'll play another Liberator. We're starting to get to the point where I think we're gonna want to start hopefully attacking in more often, but again, we're getting through their ability to ever buy anything back with the Grease Fang. With this, eventually we'll draw lands. Promise they're in our deck. As long as we draw them at some point. Okay. The Hardcast Chariot. Yep. That's fine. Can outsize that pretty easily. Supposed to attack there. Wayfinder. Volley's a nice one. I think this might just be a pass angle. I think it is actually. Just pass, start flipping these, so then we can just attack to eat this. Now we're just in a good way, because now if we draw land, the Storm Seeker is going to be huge. And we could just keep growing this until it's out of control. Definitely feels like they're a rough spot. Would I trade a Trap Breaker to not let them have a 2/2 here? Because I can just attack with the Trap Breaker next turn. So I think I'll just let them attack. That's fine. We get to keep our thing. Get to eat their thing. Now, if they play 2 spells, it gets a little bit unfortunate. We also could blow up the Rafine's Informant and eat 2 creatures, but we're gonna rush. We're gonna end step eat a creature, maybe do the same. I think we just want to hold this volley. Gives us much insulation against any future Grease Fangs. Alright, what do you got? Third Parhelion? Can't stay away. I have to eat that one eventually. They need to have a creature in the yard for us to care. A second spell. Five cards in hand. I feel like it's tough for them not to have a second spell, but they don't, it's especially good. They do not. Okay. Alright, I'll eat my. Can't stay away. salvage. Sure. I'll flip it back and forth. Red Sky Sovereign. Now I'll just blow up the chariot because we're not going to get to eat it for free. Okay, tap land. Alright. Pass again. We have the board under control, so we're not in a big rush at the moment. Once we have 4 lanes in play, we can start applying a lot more pressure with these Storm Seekers and the Love Struck Beast. And we're just putting them in a position where they have 3 things in the graveyard to buy back, but we have this Rending Volley plus the Ooze. And this could eat this could eat this, or eat a 3-2. Oh, we're just going for this plan? Okay. Block, block. Can't really ever Wither Bloom because something's gonna die. Lets us eat it for another, and we have this as backup too. Get boat though. Second boat would be a bit of it. I said. Not gonna pop this unless they target it, but they won't target the. That's okay, because now this is still flipped. This Rending Volley, so I think we're safe to jam a little. They get rid of that. We get in for 8. Second Stormseeker next turn, and we have this Rending Volley up and ready to go. We're only in trouble if they have Greasefang into Can't Stay Away here. Which, like, we could have beaten with the Ooze play here. Just a bit of a aggressive line. Not still beat it. Have they Can't Stay Away here. If they don't, we're in 2. Their cast. No, it's Raffine's Performance. Okay. Okay, our foolishness is mitigated. Back our werewolves. But true. They attack. They die. 13 trample. Block 2 of it. Does well, I guess actually this. Michael J. Fox, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Snag this. 4, 6, 8. You just keep back and instead just block there. They have removed. Man, it's been a sweat of a game. Us not finding lands really turned it from a really advantageous position, really tight one. We're able to deal with the 6/6 that one. Here. What say you, opponent? What madness are you bringing on? So as it sits, attacks are bad for them. So we make this a 4/4. This is a 2/3. Block, block. Take 5. Go to 3. Try to Witherbloom command. Although if we block a 3, if we block the way I described, Witherbloom command could kill our ooze. Then they'd be tapped out. They'd be at 9. I only have 8 coming in. I guess we'd have more because we could play the elf or play the elf and the Lovestruck Beast and give the Lovestruck Beast haste. Power bag, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Okay, well, I'm priced into blocking. And they have any creatures? They do not, but we do. Somewhat priced into this. Not happy about it. Witherbloom command. I doubt they have 4th boat, but Witherbloom command is a very real consideration. I think we're priced in enough where we gotta add our life total a little so we don't just die to Witherbloom. Well, Volley's a good one. Taylor Pratt, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Eight. Make this 8. As it sits, they don't have to block. They go to 1. To 1 back. Or we attack out, force a trade, die. We don't want to do that. Get in for 6. Get in for 6. I could double block 1. But again, highly mitigates there. Okay, decay. Very rough for us. Now if they double block, we're much sadder. 2 Grease Fangs in the bin too. We are just getting tied up on our mana. Hey, how's it going, Chris? Hope you're having a good one today. Reverse for the 4th Grease Fang. Yeah. Alright, well, we gotta kill it. It is known. Bring back Midrange and clicked. Welcome, welcome. Should be coming after some Gruul this morning. Alright, trade off. Wayfinder, sure. No can't stay aways, so that's good for us. We remain in the unenviable position of getting some lands here. Alright, so this lets us Heart's Desire, Stormseeker, and play a Dork. Here. I'll offer this trade if they want it. They've played 4 Greasefang, so the only card we're really scared of, 4th Skyship or Can't Stay Away. Doing quite alright. The Rock's my pet brew. Been tinkering sometimes since I started playing with the format. Nice. We see green-black continue to just like show up in 5-0 dumbs, but people haven't really solidified any one build yet. That kills us as the last card. Savage. Brutal. Alright. Alright, opponent. That was a tough one. Here, I can give a little sneak peek of the green-black deck for later. But this is where I'm at with it. Here, we'll see how it plays out. Nothing too wild. 24 lands, Thoughtseize Fatal Push. The Evolved Sleeper I want to try out. I'm not sold on it, but I'm a big fan of this card, and I want to see how it plays out in these kind of shells. Because before it was just a mix of like other value creatures. Grasp, Underdog, Ooze, Decay, Trespasser, Lily, Tracker, Khalida, Shieldred, Skyclave, or Sky Sovereign. Alright. Play. Sam looks great. Haven't run into many other creature decks. Niv, Greasefang, and alright, red black time. I think we were mono green off that start, but we're actually cool. Not too far off where I ended up. Nice. Yeah, I think that's a good place to be starting at the very least. Thoughtseize takes our other pack leader. Sense. Play this tapped. We have a boat, which is a very good card against Rakdos. Get to try pack leader, but seems like it could be the best 2-drop. Green black. If the biggest problem is just the mana works, but if the mana works, it is probably the best. Yeah, that's the big problem, the mana. But if the mana works, it is probably the best thing you could be doing for 2 mana in that deck. This keep building our board state a little bit. If we draw a land, we can play boat. Don't really want to discard Bone Crusher. That's what they do. Here's a little awkward. Everything else kind of okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use the Bone Crusher. Oh no, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm gonna not do that. I told a lie. No. Transform, so we're going to not to do that. Combat. Assume they're gonna kill our 1/1. It's a lot easier to kill a 1/1 than kill a Lovestruck Beast, yeah. It's fine. This Lovestruck Beast shuts him down, as well as Cruise our Sky Sovereign. Started playing Grimflayer, but came to the conclusion it's not good enough. Dies to everything. Want 3 toughness. Yeah, exactly. The Not passing the Bone Crusher test is a real problem. That has been the case for a while now in the format. It stays true now. Thoughts on Tireless Tracker? I don't think you want your cards to be dependent on drawing land functional. I think Briarbridge Tracker is a similar effect that just does a better job at it. But I don't think it's unplayable. I think it's just a matter of like, you don't want your cards to be high variance often, and that is exactly what that card does. It's everything a little bit high variance. Play this. One green. It's a 1/1. A neat little trick with Lair that you can make Lair a 1/1 pretty reliably to fuel your Lovestruck Beasts. Get in for 8. Shock to play two Bone Crushers. Sense. Also gives them 6 toughness. Don't like 5/5. Restore him. Now, let's give this pump. Swap my trackers for Tireless Trackers. Load the 3-drop slot more often, playing Tireless and cracking the clue on 5. That's fair. A lot of the builds I used to play played a ton of Tireless Tracker. The problem, like I said, is just I don't want my cards to be as variable as that ends up being. And when you don't end up when you don't end up finding those specific extra lands, it does become a little tricky to be able to reasonably make it valuable. They went to 1. Yeah, I mean, a little scary. I'm gonna not show them this Embercleave so they don't play around it potentially. I mean, it's getting boarded out anyway, but Tracker plus Shieldred seems strong though. It's true. If we end up in a position where we reliably are getting Shieldred down and just sitting, then yeah, we definitely wanna consider. All right. And snapped off the blocks. That's fair. I mean, I think the problem is like that's with what's on board, snapping off the blocks is not a winning line, right? Like never realistically getting too far ahead there. Maybe a couple elves to keep the card quality high. These are a function of how you're able to cast your 4 and 5 drops without losing your mana, and also every time they point a removal spell, your elves, your other things are living. They serve as lightning rods, even though they are kind of awkward to draw late game. But the thing is, like, Domri helps you filter through them quicker. They help make your Lovestruck Beasts playable, and they also do a good job of just generally getting a little bit of chip damage in. I don't think you want to touch your elves there. Ranger class is good as a 2 of, helps in grinding matchups and has carried me in games against control. Yeah, I've seen lists that were playing 2 of them. Definitely worth a consideration. To put yourself down, friend. I just don't think you need to as aggressively cut elves in a matchup like this, because like look at our curve, right? We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and like this elf is likely going to die, which is why we're going to put away the pack leader. But if it doesn't die, our hand unlocks so much. But without an elf, this hand is glacially slow, theoretically. Seeker number 2. Alright, we need a land. Any land lets us get off the ground. Hopefully they just play like a harvester here. They did it. The fools. Alright, give us a land. Beautiful, beautiful. Sure. If we had, well, they can force a Liliana to trade here anyway, so I'm just gonna get my damage in. They want to trade. They don't want to trade. Perfect. Yeah, because if they have a Harvester, they can sack it and then play Liliana, eat both our creatures anyway. So, yeah, exactly what's gonna happen. And then we play another Stormseeker, kill our Liliana, and then our Xenagos is live to start running over the game. We find another land. Cracker sticking on the board with Golgari, Braska Golgari Queen. Awesome. True. I think if you can find slots for Braska, it'd be great. I think the problem is that I haven't found Braska to be impactful enough to warrant slots over Shieldred Kalidas at the moment. But if you are playing those cards over it, it's definitely a worthwhile consideration. Dreadbore, how rude. Well, Dreadbore before our Planeswalker comes down is always nice of them. I would like to make a 2/2. Very sad when your last card is removal. Still working out how many Loppies to play at the moment. I'm on 2. I'm on 2 as well. Card's great, but I also think it doesn't necessarily serve this deck super well compared to some other options. So I do think you want to at least consider playing less. Ooh, I don't know if I would have cracked a blood instead of playing the land. On a plus for sure. Although I guess if we want to draw a land so that we can make another 2/2. Kill probably this and then have this back. Definitely need to get this down this turn. So we want to draw an untapped land. Can't draw an untapped land. Bad at all. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I mean, we could draw an elf, because then elf lets us play this and then plus. We got a boat. Getting in the boat. One way or another. Well, that's the worst of all options. It's a land that doesn't help us. Alright, plus. We're going to kill the one that is removal. So the one that isn't removal. It's boatin' time. I'm an expert Xenagos the Reveler. This is my wheelhouse. You give me a 4 mana, make a 2/2. I'm at home. Michael boat on. It's time to boat. So if we shoot this down, now I'm thinking they have no cards in hand. If we shoot this down, this offers a trade, so they can't even attack. Yeah. Thriving in my lane, moisturized, unburdened. That's me. Alright, one boat. You're up, opponent. They get 3 draws if they want, though. The Satyr token's about to do boat to deal damage, discard a boat. Oh yeah. You just gotta flex on them. Like, look at all these boats I had. Trying to run the boat game, it's me. Boats to the left of me, boats to the right of me. Everywhere I look, there's a boat. We're not gonna attack. We are vibing. Fascinating how Boat has taken off after Greasebank started playing it. Well, Boat's seen play a lot of places, but Boat is at its best at being able to shoot down Karn or shoot down Black-Red's creatures. So every deck at the top of the metagame wants to play Boat and doesn't want to play against Boat. Yeah, Boat's also a staple mono green, but Boat just has this nice ability to be like just recursively good, and so few decks have clean answers to a 5 mana artifact. Greasefang is actually one of the decks that has the most reliable ways to kill it post board, which is interesting, but it is a nice one. Odd words. Haven't seen Xenagos in a minute. Same. I love my boy. We were playing with the God version the other day. Now we got this. Well, that's just rude. We just killed this. A lot of things that died to Bolt. True. True. Bolt. Confirmed, still a good card. Alright, I'd like to draw nothing so we can pitch and not feel bad about it. Opponent with the casual upkeep stop. Ooh. Ooh, but I really want to cast that one, so I will. I want to cast that one. Trespasser. My Mystic. Make it 2/2. Yeah, we're gonna kill Harvester. Who cares about Trespasser? It's true, but you're not supposed to say it. Alright, Harvester down. Big Boat gets in. We still have 4 toughness, 4 power and toughness back. We have to start putting this layer down too. Crack of Blood, you got it. What do you think about this deck? I think the components are all really impressive. I don't love parts of it, but I do think it's built excessively well to try and attack Rakdos. Like, I love the sideboard. The sideboard to me is perfection. I just like I want one more land, and these Ronuses are annoying to me. Yeah, the Coco sideboard is absolutely next level. When I saw that, sometimes you just know. You're like, man, Willie Edel's just better at deck building than I am. It's just true. No shame in it. Just too good. Yeah, sideboard's incredible. I really want these Ronuses to be like a land and something else. Maybe just like even go 1 Ronus and a 23rd land. We've been having trouble getting pinched on mana. Decay killing Trespasser without losing cards is a little numb but awesome. Yes. Ward is a counter. Anything that counters, get it out of here. That's true. There's no shame in being worse at Magic than Willie Edel. That is okay. That is a deal for most of us. A fact for almost all of us too. Yeah, the deck is really nice. I like it a lot. I wish we'd get a chance to play against like mono green and mono white a little more to be able to see how it lays out. But I like it against Rakdos. I like it against a lot of things that are on the board. Where I'm worried is when we played like against Greasefang, it felt a little tough. And Niv was like a nightmare matchup, but that's also not something I think you're that concerned about. It's Swifty time. Alright, we finally got an Embercleave hand. And this hand goes hard. We're on the draw, though. That's the other thing, is we haven't had a lot of Embercleave things here. Ooh, we're up against mono red. I want to just not take a damage here. Next turn, we could elf, or you could just slam a beast. You know, I've forgotten how often I used to just do this against mono red. It's just like 5/5 go. All right, well, Phoenix Chick is less tempting to do against. Did matchups absolute misery for green black? It's misery for a lot of decks, unfortunately. All right, now I'm interested again in now doing this. All right, Beast, get in there. Let's turn this off. Short of red mana for cleave. Okay. If we're just taking 2 a turn, I'm not that scared. At least not yet. Burning Tree. Shocking. Annex. Ugh. Ugh. Gross, 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 gross. Alright, Lovestruck Beast number 2. Get in there, champ. We are going to die a horrible, horrible death to an Embercleave here. Yeah, Lovestruck Beast is a menace against red. That's another thing that is quite nice about this deck, is you get to just play all the old favorites of just like, here's a Lovestruck Beast, and they're like, I have never beaten that card in my life. I know. Yeah, they get to cleave first, which is the problem. We all understand the genius behind sideboarding Coco instead of main deck, but could you explain to my dog? So, in matchups where Embercleave is bad, right? You look at matchups where Embercleave is bad, you look at things like Rakdos, you look at things like Control, any kind of deck like that. And what ends up happening, generally speaking, is you want cards that are good value always. And Coco can come in and against removal heavy decks make it a lot better for you. This is 7, 9, 11, 13. So we can't block here, which I would love. We have to trade here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 11. Yeah, we're just gonna die a horrible death, unfortunately. And they went so wide so fast. That's okay. We have good tools for this. It's another matchup where Embercleave kind of gets stuck in our hand. We'd rather just have a Coco. Really wanted to block here to put them. Opponent just went fast. Went fast. Getting for like 10, not quite enough. We draw a red source, attack with both, get in for 13. It's lethal if they have nothing. They went to tap a land though. They went to tap a land, which kind of tells me they have something. They have like another Phoenix chick? I mean, if they don't play a blocker here and we get a red source that doesn't shock us, Bushwhacker. That's not gonna do. Close, close, close. Alright, post board. Bring in creatures and collect a company. Yeah, these Embercleaves and Cronuses. Just become Sky Sovereign creature deck. Who's also remarkable like matchups like this. Yeah, basically Embercleave and Coco can operate interchangeably in this deck, and then you have these extra planeswalkers against your controlling matchups like Rakdos and any controlling deck. You're able to swap out things like your Embercleave, Ronus, and a couple other cards like Lovestruck Beast that get a lot worse in those matchups, and all of a sudden you just have a completely almost transformative sideboard. Phoenix Chick naysayers eating their collective hats. I don't know who's naysaying Phoenix Chick. It feels like people were high on it from the get go. Card is especially good in these like Bushwhacker type decks that just can commit to being all in. Usually you want to be a step slower and a step bigger in these kind of matchups. So I'm hoping we're able to pretty reasonably fight them here. That's all we're hoping, is just be a step slower and a step bigger. But one of the benefits of a Tarka Red is they are 2 steps faster than usual. Gotta be even faster, and it becomes a race to being the fastest and getting our tools down. Got it, opponent. Show me your secrets, opponent. I want to know them all. Alright, we'll take the play this time. Well, this hand's fantastic. Get to trade off with a bunch of stuff. Some mono, best card. We're just gonna slam a Lovestruck Beast. Start by asking them a very important question. That sound most their best draws here. As far as like something. Pick is fine. how's it going, Craig? We're doing some Gruul things here. Attack in. They're gonna have 4 damage back, but okay. 2 Chival, Bane of Monsters, your secret sauce. That's always a good one. I've had eh. Well, they don't have a 1/1 because Phoenix Chick's a 2/2, so fail. Fix. Brave this Kamano. It's big. The Kamano gone. Oh, told a lie. Or did I? No, I did. Pass. Back and pass. Yeah, Sharple's pretty nice. It does, again, open up a little bit of like the variance aspect of it, where like if you can't find your removal time, it's a little bit weak, but when it's doing its thing, it's very powerful. Dahlia, good card. Let's see if they read the room about this collected company, though. It also looks like we could make a 3/3. That might deter them from sending in with Gallia. Alright, they're out of cards. So yeah, this definitely would, I think, sending with Gallia. Putting that in tapped means they're also not sending in the Bomat. We could just make I guess it's only a 2/2. This is random, so the decision doesn't actually change anything. Lovestruck Beast and Stormseeker, huh? Pretty good. I suspect a concession. There we go. Alright. Coco looking good. Now we're on the draw, though. That's where it's gonna be tricky. Draw anything. We want our elves, we want our 2-drops. Stormseeker is good as a 2/3. It's his biggest mode. We want the Lovestruck Beast, the Mammoth, Coco's, Sky Sovereign. Board this in as an extra one. Yeah, I think that's fair, Chris. Having things that do value without having to pay mana is a big thing, because the green-black decks don't generally feel like they run out of things to do. They have enough mana sinks. I think we just want a 2/2 from a 5. On the draw, I mean, I love Skyship, but I don't think we need to here. I think if we're casting Skyship, things are already going our way for the most part. So just having a 2-drop that can trade off or potentially kill a Kamano for free is a little better, I think. Although it's definitely hard to do this. How much damage from their deck is represented on the play? Oh, a lot. They have a lot more damage on the play. That was the thing about the Atarka Red deck when we played, was we went 9-1 with it, but we were like absolutely undefeated on the play. You just, every match you have a guaranteed 1 win. And then if you're on the play for game 3, which again, most decks would struggle most against you game 1, you just crush. But the problem being, if you aren't on the play for game 3, it gets a lot tricky. Alright, so we can play tap land into 2-drop, kill their creature. Into play a Bone Crusher. Easy to overload with mana sinks, then you have too many in play and can't play mana into all of them. True. It's a fine balancing act. Ugh, Kamano on 1 all 3 games is a brutal beat. Especially because this Bone Crusher isn't going to be able to deal with whatever they play now. Oh, I lied. Hold the word a lie. Them pretty much exclusively having Phoenix Chicks as their level up is good for us. Alright, well, we want to do this on 3, so I think what I'm going to do is just play a 3/3. It just already blocks their board. How good, bad is Elves and Pioneer? Played Elves for basically my whole life, so it's intriguing me. It's okay. It's really good when you get to Goldfish, but so many decks are interactive that it becomes a real problem that you're realistically not able to just like run people over the way you'd want to. Okay, well that's fine. Workland Rampager to save this is not a big deal. I'll play another one. Get our value on Heart's Desire here. Kill this at our leisure. Follows the same problem as Modern then? Yeah, the biggest... It follows the same problem as Modern, but the best deck in the format is the worst thing for you to run into, which is the real nightmare. Playing a ton of Elves and Explorer and it's a blast for removal and lack of interactions rough. Yeah, again, Rakdos runs both Explorer and Pioneer, so it is tough for Elves to do its thing. But you are very happy to run into some of the other top decks, like the non-interactive decks that just can't hold much of a candle up to you. Block the Gallia. Alright, we go to 8. Got anything to kill this? No. Sage is kind of nice. Play Liberator. Kill this. Pass. I also recently learned that Elvish War Master gives Death Touch. It does. War Master is one of the best cards in the format that never sees enough play just because it's so tribal synergy based. That card goes wide so fast. One of those cards that every time I see it, I'm like, please don't have it, please don't have it. Yeah, it's one of those things that if they're giving the pump, usually the Death Touch doesn't matter. But when it matters, especially when you're using it on defense, see, the problem here is they have to cast a spell. If this Outland Liberator flips, they are due. On the other hand, don't have to cast a spell, though we're very likely to. Annex, okay. Here. It just pass. That's the play. I think the play is just play some dudes. Play this land. Hold up the Outland Liberator. Pass. If they stand this up, then we can't really stop them from picking. But then we get to crack back. Plan is to... Oh, they can't stand up down. They have a haste creature. Yeah, they got pinned under their own mana. Alright, a lovely little 3-2. We were able to do exactly what we said. A step slower and a step bigger there. Alright, let's switch over to green-black midrange here. Up a little. Geez, Swifty. Sorry, I didn't see your message till after I clicked out because the way that Magic Online is. GG friend. Play a little bit green-black midrange right when I go to lunch. I'm sure you'll still be in match one when I get back. See, that's the trick, Tom. You gotta really dagger your friends and your regulars. I had a plant in your house telling me when you're going to lunch. It's really it's a heinous maneuver, but it's what you gotta do. That's how you get them. This has got to be one of the most Tom decks I've ever seen. What's the draw to green? I assume you mean green-black midrange or green-red? No Chariot? No, Chariot was in the original builds. But I think you just want to be playing these powerful creatures, to be honest. Chariot's great, don't get me wrong, but I think Kalidas and Shieldred give you a little bit more oomph against a lot of the format right now. You already have a fair amount of fight against Rakdos. A lot of times Skyship does a lot of work, as well as just your ability to draw your 2-for-1s, but we'll see how it plays out. So the draw to green-black is mostly just the ability to play some of these sideboard cards, as well as some of the recursive value cards, like Scavenging Ooze is really good right now. But truthfully, I think red-black is the better deck. I think one of the reasons to play green-black is just to try and leverage some of the cards that are good against the other parts of the format. But Yeah, I also built this version this morning with Jun just for Fable, but if you're gonna do that, then you want Bone Crusher, then it becomes it very quickly. If you're gonna play red, you end up being why am I green at all? Then green black, you're right. Yeah, the biggest thing is that it just gives you some percentages against other parts of the format, but in reality, I would say for a competitive player, you do want to be playing red black over green black. If your goal is to play like high level tournaments. But this is a deck that you could take to your FNM, things like that, and certainly be playable. We've done well with these style decks before, but I want to see how Sleeper with Shieldred ends up. Yeah, Abrupt Decay kind of takes the place of, and like Tracker kind of takes the place of. But the biggest problem is just you end up in a position of Bone Crusher is both Abrupt Decay and a 3-drop creature, and like that's where you end up running out of things in this deck. They junned a little bit, came full circle back. That's fair. I think it is pretty reasonable. Tell me on Boros midrange. I don't know about that. I don't know if I have the powers. I don't know if my powers can sell you on Boros midrange. I think. Do you mean the mono white midrange deck splashing Fable? Because that deck's good at beating Rakdos. That's the main reason it exists. Is that it does a good job of beating up on Rakdos. I think that's a fairly good thing to be right now. Yeah, but okay, well, fine. If you got to counter something. The thing is, it isn't really hard to beat Rakdos. Well, I don't think that's true. But I agree with I agree with your overall concept, right, Akros, is that you can only beat one of the two decks, so you got to pick. And so if you pick Rakdos, you tend to lose to green, and if you pick green, you tend to lose to Rakdos. But yes, it has strategic weaknesses, and it is a beatable deck. But again, it's the fact that so many decks have to warp themselves to beat it, and if you do that, you also are generally losing to other decks. That's kind of what we saw all weekend, right? Is like mono green did way better because everyone decided to attack uh, black green. Fair, or not black green, red black, but it left green kind of free to the paint. See, that's a pretty good sell. Yeah, the mono white deck is very good into Rakdos, and it's good into other decks that are trying to generally take the game to a really long place, which is pretty good. This is some good tea. Oh yeah, we're just in here taking all of our opponent's cards. I don't want to just play this tracker. Oh, they found a counterspell? Sure. That's fine. I don't really want to expose this to removal quite yet, but starting next turn, we can draw 2 cards a turn. That's where we're really happy. Alright, well, we're going to draw 1, see how it goes. Perfect. Draw another one. Anybody else like Phyrexian Arena? Just me? 5 mana. The 3/3 shark? Oh, Cling, sure. That's fine. Tapped. Attack. Draw a card. Oh, now they have removal. Good. Still draw, which is nice. I like that it's not super punishing. Blood on Thoughtseize there if we were worried about having it. Yeah, I guess we were supposed to always lead on Thoughtseize. Take a counter here. There's not much they would keep in hand. See if Sleeper seems cooler than Tracker. They do a similar job. The difference is if you miss on lands, right? Sleeper just keeps going, whereas Tracker kind of stops, which is a big deal. It's not the end of the world, but it is a big deal. They could just stand up and 7 us. I wouldn't be shocked. Get to attack them back, and then we're just holding up these fatal pushes. Alright, they're not going to do it. My guess is they're going to do it on defense then. Okay, well, we are primed and ready. My Sleeper and your Clington. Yo, Chico87. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, the resub in for 3 months. Appreciate you, friend. Yeah, Sleeper seems really good. It's one of the cards that I've loved when I first played with it, and I haven't lost my enthusiasm for it yet. They ban something in mono green, and that makes them ban something in Rakdos. What would they ban in Rakdos? Fable. Fable would be my bet. I think Fable is the card that does the most for the least resources. And when you go through Rakdos midrange, there's not a lot of cards you couldn't get rid of. Right? Like everything is kind of replacement value level. And so the only thing that does like a exceedingly unique thing for the mana is Bone Crusher Giant and Fable. And I think if you hit one of those two cards, that's what you'd have to hit. But I lean towards Fable. We're seeing it pick up more and more metagame share, but maybe you end up taking out Bone Crusher. But again, I think you want to hit Fable because it's more of the mid-range enabler than Bone Crusher, which can see a lot of play in some of the aggro decks too. Didn't play around Figure of Destiny. True. Yeah, Figure does a nice job. Alright. Meat Hook for 4. Well, that's rude. Now we just get to die. Look at all these fatal pushes. Yeah, now definitely get to die. Quite rude. This is the life of a sad lad. Although I guess this does let us take away their one creature here. Oh, they have a counterspell too? Oh, okay. Imagine we had Fable to discard these pushes. You are describing my Fable is good. Buster, Duress. Grass. Tear Asunder. Oh. Okay. Bergs can come in over push. Exile encounter plus TSG combo. True. Yeah, being able to kick this and Care of God's pretty good. Yeah, Fable's a lot. Fable's a bananas magic card. It just does so much of everything. It certainly falls into that category where it's its own Swiss Army knife. It comes with all the modes. That's the biggest thing. Moto is nuts. Yeah, Moto tends to spike because of the lack of card supply that exists. When a card starts to pop off, it tends to pop off. I want to hold this Thoughtseize. Well, it's just there's less drafting, right? People still draft, people play sealed, all those things, they open things, but Lily's forehead peeking from the stack cards make me laugh. Oh no. But there's way less drafting than there was pre-arena. Felt like I didn't really want to blitz it for 4, but then might just be I'm sparing too much tireless tracker energy. Yeah. The thing is, like, if you're not running a ton of trackers, you have a lot more mana to work with this. Yeah, any card that came out since Arena is going to have less demand, and with and like when I say massive, I mean we were at like 300 to 400 concurrent Pioneer players before the RCQ season was announced and OP was announced. And once that happened, we averaged like 700 to 1,000. right? We're at 856 right now. It tends to be between 700 and 1300 depending on what events are going on. And like, let me tell you what, that is a lot more Fables, a lot more Trespassers, a lot more everythings that people need if they want to play the best decks. And so the supply went, the supply didn't change, but the demand went through the roof. And that's a big reason that the prices have been so stark lately. Yeah, it's too hard to pull them out of treasure chests, agreed. So you end up just pretty much here. You pretty much just end up not being able to do that. I like this economics lesson. Yeah. Happy to help. Glad I could. Oh, dude. Happy to help. Professor Jason, the dream. One day, maybe. Except I have no credentials to be a teacher. At all. But here we are anyway. Alright, we'll play Ooze as a bait spell. Another argument for Tracker and Vraska, Fabled Passage. You can turn on Revolt. That's fair, but I don't. Most of the time, you want your Fatal Pushes to be. Not that you want them to be unrevolted, but you don't really care if they're revolted. Because most of the things you want to deal with are small, and if they're not small, Fatal Push isn't really doing what you want it to be doing. Right, like Fatal Push could kill all of these things, with the exception of these two, but if you're trying to deal with a Shieldred, you tend to have plenty of other answers. Shield use makes sense. Track this. Keep getting our value. Rid of Sensor. Base Jason isn't really moving much, huh? That's true. I didn't mention it today. Usually when I mention it, it jumps, but we do have a community incentive over on Twitch for channel points. If we can meet it before the end of the month, we'll do a Space Jason cosplay inspired by Unfinity. Sack. Tell me what you got, opponent. And get over there. Sure. Nate's fine. Pump this once. I'd really like to get in for 2. Play Trespasser. 70k points to contribute to this cosplay. Well, it's limited to a degree. You can only put in like 2,000 a day, but every day you can put in 2,000. I think they forgot about the treasure. How many sleepers you playing? I'm playing 4 just to test it out. Yeah, 2k a day. That way we have some whales channel point wise. I didn't wanna have it be a situation where, like, exactly like you said, Mr. Bodingles single-handedly funds the cosplay. Well, I'm sure you might enjoy that. 25% complete. Let's go. Alright, we'll eat our ooze and spells. Their graveyard trim a little. Need to overcommit. We're already ahead on board. Gotta mention it. Oh yeah, people forget. People don't hang out every day. Very reasonable for people to be only made aware of it once we mention it. Look what we did. 29k raised. We also have 22 days left. Kalen Days, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. We can sneak another sleeper in here. Still flip back, but that's okay. Their name being Hell Monkey with the Ragavan art is just that's just a classic work of art. I love when people match their name and their avatar here. Okay, so this becomes a 3, 3, 6, 7, 8, threatening lethal. Apparently they don't have anything. All right, well, we were able to much more easily grind through their stuff being on the play. Also, Bankbuster's bananas. There's a chance this underdog should just be a Bankbuster. Every time I play with Bankbuster, I'm just impressed, and every time I say I should have more Bankbusters in my deck, every time. their chat I'm not seeing. This is odd, not seeing like half what you're responding to. We're multi-streaming over onto YouTube as well. So there's a bunch of people hanging out on YouTube. And so there is a second chat. I need to figure out a way to like transpose it onto the screen to avoid that, but I'm lazy and poor at technology, so this is the effect that happens. I'm gonna start on Sleeper. Slipping a threat in under all their counterspells seems beneficial to me, so we can also play it. Say hello to YouTube chat for me, thank you. Yo, GRV Kebab hitting us with the hello. Thoughtsy's first, since they could censor it. Okay, well, they have the black mana for these. This lets us draw a card at least, so I'm gonna get rid of this Fatal Push. They do, as we suspect, have a lot of counter spells, so we're gonna have to leverage our on-board creature, I think, here. Just kind of hopefully strand their Now, if they use Etri to kill it, we get 2 cards if we pump in response, which is pretty wild. If we can also kill their Etri. Not opposed to drawing 2 cards and killing their thing. I will deal you 3 if you're fine with it. You are, though. Oh, you are. Okay. Caress you. The counterspell? Thinking about it. Alright. Get to hold up Fatal Push and also put Zeus into play. Keep slipping things under counter spells. Much harder for them to actually take over the game. We don't need to eat anything right now, so we won't. Slots for them to play Etri. They missed a land too. You gonna take half your life total? There's Etri. This is gonna be a pretty nice turn. So, up. Draw a card. That gets draw a card. This. Eat it. Okay. Not a bad exchange. That's the big reason I don't like Etri, is like it's such a terrible exchange rate when they get any value out of them outdrawing a card. Like they missed on lands and we have more cards in hand than they do. How about this counter spell? Start with this attack. Attack for nice little 3. Play another Ooze. Like a good thing to counter, right? Oh. Okay. Then I'll play Liliana. Seems like a pretty good thing to counter, right? After May donate deliberations done in testing. Esper control Yorion sucks. 80 card makes it virtually impossible to draw sideboard. 60 cards is way better and faster. Drawing the best case scenario responses even if you have less responses. Yeah, that's kind of where I landed with control recently, is you really do just want to find your select answers in so many of the matchups that you can't really afford to like just sit on more cards. Yorion's also fantastic against a lot of decks, but unless you're building around Yorion, I find it tough to... Ooh, hello. Return Den to our hand. Counter that. Interesting. But unless you're leveraging Yorion to its fullest, it doesn't really help in a lot of the matchups. It's just a burb. Whereas, like, if you can get any value from it regularly, it becomes devastating. Massacre for 3. Well, you missed this one, opponent, because we have a creature. GG's opponent. Been real. All right. You're able to defeat blue-black control. Love that. Love to see that. Sleeper looks great. Sleeper always looks great though. The moment when you want to pay 3 and then 5 to play a flying dude, you're either so an advantage or so far behind. Yeah. The thing is, like, the best decks that can leverage Yorion are the ones that get ahead through being on the board. So like you just tie up the ground to such a degree that like you're both kind of stuck, and then you have time to play Yorion. I think people were sleeping on that card. Milla, Milla, look at me. Look at me. How could you? I can't believe you'd do this. Oh my. We do. We got that full camera tech. We don't break it out often. We probably should. I gotta also fix my Stream Decker. Or Stream Deck. Stream Deck. Stream Decker is a service. My Stream Deck. I have one, and when I switch computers, I need to reinstall the Elgato app so I can actually use buttons. I used it all the time before, but I need to get better at reinstalling it. All right. See what we were wrong with on this chess build. All right, so we were right to here. It's never going to be this, right? That would make sense. Do this. It is just trade queens, but then they just take this. Actually, ahead there. Yeah, I trust them. They're smart. Hey, we're up against Valkyrie. So we're gonna have to play a 2-drop land tapped. I think I am gonna lead on a Thoughtseize. See what we're up to. Promise not to bring in Gargs. Promise. Alright, well. A lot of things are bad for us here, but we're gonna be okay. Gotta take out this Karizev. We take out Kari. She represents the most damage over time. Though it's not good. Not good for us. They have a pretty good hand. We'd love to draw an untapped land, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Alright, well. Boat will come in handy later. We're gonna shock, play Burning Tree into Bone Crusher, probably. The double check land, the opener is the worst. Well, luckily we are playing a deck that doesn't lose out too much value from it, which is nice. Ooh, they drew Kamano. That's rude. Kamano's a rude lad. Trespasser time. I was asking how it's been going. There's the Loyalists. So now they just have a Bone Crusher we know about. So if they play a land, we can't block. They just attack. I mean, I think we got to do what we got to do here, right? Find a 1-mana burn spell? Because you have a 2. Alright, they did. So they're going to pay 2 cards to do this. Take 4. Another one. Running Trespassers, man. Good job. Fortunately, though, we can't block because of this Bone Crusher Giant, huh? Yeah, does not like us very much. We are gonna die to this Bone Crusher with Ward. Yeah, Stream Decker not a fan. Go to 5. Fortunately, I think we're just dead this game. We got a little clogged. Alright. Go to post forward. Yeah, 2 boats main. Bring in these. And the Gargs. Our Thoughtseize. Yeah, Trespass is quite nice. No chariots? No. We're trying to use the boats instead and leverage the power of our forests through the creatures. I think in a lot of places it's better. But we do want to terrace under their mono is pretty bad. No, Assassin's Trophy is not a good magic card. Not Don't give your opponents free resources. It is not good to give your opponents resources. You would much rather not give them resources. You have the same option and can answer it a different way. Yeah. That Legion Loyalist destroyed us. We were fine if they didn't have the play with fire. Gonna ask why no Grim player, but I didn't want to get hurt today. I'm glad you know, Peter. It's okay. As long as you know why there's no Grim player, we can all pretend I didn't say it. I was thinking about Sylvan Advocate though. Is a reasonable card. It is time to hopefully find our mid-range cards though. Gotta line up our turns a little better. Alright, well this hand's great. Absolute banger of a hand. Push Trespasser Kalidas with a Vestaju if we need it. Big fan, big fan. Marsh, please. One Randy Marsh. Play with fire in my face. Got no trophy main. I keep saying Golgari list with that card in the main and I hate it. Agreed. I understand the draw to it, but I don't think it's what you want. Like I said, I think it is a facilitator of a bygone era to a degree. Get Bone Crusher. Alright. Gonna play my things. Which card? Assassin's Trophy. There just isn't the need for it anymore. I think you have cards like Terra Sunder and things that do a similar job, Murderous Rider, and you can't afford to give your opponents resources in a format like Pioneer. Just too much of a disaster. Play with fire into Bone Crusher. And no third land. Against Greasefang, you literally Stone Rain them. Well, they do play a basic. Let's not pretend they don't. But also, again, you have other tools that can do the same thing, but without that problem. Also, taking the land that OGT or Wolf Roll is still good, or hitting Nykthos. Again, you are describing the best case scenario for a card. But even if you hit most things, giving them resources is not better than playing a card that does the same thing but does not give them. Yeah, Trespasser's pretty good. Trespasser's pretty good. Alright, well this hand's much better. I think we get rid of a push, weird as it sounds, because I think the Extinction Event's gonna up. Beseju also does that thing, but it's a land. That's true. Maybe we do want 2 Besejus. $61 card special. Based. Literally working on a Golgari list as we speak. Is the deck possible with Invoke? It is. It's just also like a little tricky. You definitely have the sources, but you probably want to cut down on your scavenging uses if you're trying to play Invoke. Be my main point of contention. True, it doesn't target basics, but again, I think if you are trying to do cute things like that against mono green, you have already lost the game, and I don't think it's particularly close. I think if you were trying to justify doing excessively cute things against a deck that is very well tuned, you are just dying slower. I've liked Sleeper, but it's not like a card I think you have to run, but I think it's a reasonable Magic card. We're definitely going to block because anything they do here is beneficial since we're wrapping the board next turn most likely. Could be a... Oh my god, this is like a 7 for 1? Yes, please. Although they got rid of a Hazard, which is scary because that makes me want to hold my my extinction event, so I will. Go. Okay. Ooh, Tracker's a great draw here. Just give me my clue, please. 3 toughness, notable in a deck against Bone Crusher Giant, huh? Sure. Back a clue. Hello, boat. Lovely to see you. On 4 Decay's main, play that all day over Trophy. Yeah, I would definitely play it over Trophy. Yeah, boat's so good. Good. GG's friend. GG's. Yeah, boat do some good work. Yeah, and the next turn we're just like one level crew. Oh, never mind. We're just play Slamacolitas. Alright. We're 2-0, though mostly in sideboard games. What kind of card advantage do we have? Definitely don't want Ob Nixilis. That's too much. Right now, our main one is Sleeper and Tracker, along with the Castle. But again, it's still a situation where like I'm not sure how you want to configure that. Okay, well this hand is good against Heroic, bad against Niv, bad against Sacrifice. We have good mana on the play or on the draw. I keep it, but we could get yeah. Sleeper's third mode is 3 mana Phyrexian Arena. Oh, it's Sacrifice. Oh no, that's not what we wanted to see at all. Got a lead on our board here. Liking this version quite more than previous others. Yeah, I've liked the green black builds. We built a couple of them before, and they've all performed pretty well. There's a lot of flex spots, which is nice that we have some room to work with. But the deck feels strong. Feels like it has a reasonable game plan, which I like quite a lot. Oh, hello, priest. You're going to die a horrible death. Black. Double up. Fatal push. Zelda has come to say hello. Ever since she got home from my parents' house, while we were visiting family, she has been very needy with the amount of snuggles she has been demanding. I can't say I'm opposed, though. The lack of 2 drops, having Decay hits anything 1 to help smooth. True. Yeah, having Decay has been and always will be kind of nice, right? Get our ooze going. We're also just like in that position where we're skewed to a degree where we have enough top end. We have 4/4 drops and 2/5 drops, so we have enough top end that as long as we can make trades reasonably, we tend to have a better mid game than most decks. Like Rakdos will still have a better mid game than us, but we're counting on Boat to do a lot of the heavy lifting there. At least be fine. Oh. Booped her. Snoot against me. Oh. Alright, well, this and gain a life. Rugi94, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. If you're not a cat guy, I don't know what to tell you, but you're just wrong. Tentacle. She keeps whipping her tail around. Every time I lower the camera to get more of her in picture, she like slides further down my leg, and it's like, no. Today I will be camera shy. Usually she like loves the camera. She knows exactly where it is, so she usually sit on the armrest of my chair and just like give it a good look. I am a little worried about a potential fatal push on this Shieldred, so I might just level this up. But I do want to wait till I have 5 mana. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wait till I have 5 mana to level this, or I can end step level. This matchup's close. It's like Rakdos, where they have much better late game engines. You just gotta like get enough on board and avoid their fatal pushes. Devil's also scary, but Devil gets a lot less scary when you have Abrupt Decay. Yeah, like Devil's a lot less scary here. Turn this into a 3/3 also makes it less scary. So we'll decay first, so they have to move, and then we'll do black. Yeah, I do quite like the means of this. See, they're not gonna be able to kill this unless they have a Shrapnel Blast. Then they will absolutely kill it by 30. You got it, Chief. Well, I'm glad we didn't run out the Shieldred, huh? Not expecting Shrapnel Blast, but Shieldred now hopefully protected. Yeah, Witherbloom Command also a good one. Alright, Oven. Stack for food. They have a Fatal Push? Shrapnel Blast number 2. Okay. Now we feel behind, because they just have a Shrapnel Blast. Need something. Fatal Push ain't it. Alright, well, we're now in a little bit of a rough spot. The double Shrapnel Blast did manage to put us a bit behind here. We don't have a lot of great answers to Gigantha either. Yeah, Shieldred normally stabilizes you to a point where like they should just fall over and die, but Shrapnel Blast is a good innovation. Sleeper's a great lightning rod. Alright, well we're gonna take 5 3 times and die. We get to fatal push everything else. You're trying to eat plastic off my desk? That's illegal. Can't be doing that. Honeycut Anvil. That's a problem. Not a card we wanted them to draw here. Because now if they stand this up and we get to fatal push, they get to just eat it for value. Hey, I see you. Fool me. She like reached out to bat at some plastic and I turned and she just snapped, looked forward like, I don't know what you're doing. I see you. Hiding. Very cute, but not sneaky. She's just staring ahead. Ah. If I don't look, maybe he won't notice. Try and steal. I really don't want to fatal push this. It does leave us in a position. We kind of need to fatal push this, but I also don't want to take 2, take 3. I think we have to though. Alright, well Sleeper's okay. Not ideal, but okay. We're just dead, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, Sacrifice does get the benefit of being just a touch better in the mid to late game if they're able to kill our Shieldred. Shieldred lives there, we're great. But unfortunately, Shieldred did not live there, so we die. Our Sunderbank Buster. Our Thoughtseizes. Infernal Grasp. Leona's also pretty medium here. probably can just keep this then. Alright, fine. We have been doing the mid-range thing of we have been doing a really good job of winning sideboard games. Makes me think our sideboard is reasonable. Want to change out our main though to be a little closer to our sideboard configurations. Still figuring it out. Shock and Sleeper here. Or just play the stat. We knew 4 drops with 4/5 bodies could be good. True. Gildred is generally pretty good. Play this and tapped on 1. Gildred's one of those cards that just 5 toughness is so much. Like, again, having to pivot to something like Shrapnel Blast is a big deal to answer it. Oh, that's annoying. We hate that. Me and all my homies hate Witch's Oven on turn 1. We're playing Fatal Pushes. Alright, Sleeper, your time to shine. Right now we're kinda looking rough. I don't think this would be inherently a pretty good matchup, but I think that's just on the basis that Rakdos has a pretty bad matchup here, so I assume this does too. We have more answers to things like Oven, generally speaking. Rhino Gang. 2 years away from being a replacement level draft creature. True. That's just the Siege Rhino mechanic. Go from being unbeatable to draft chaff. It's sad though, because Rhino's one of my favorite cards of all time. Oh. 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 That's rude. Hold that. Everything that just happened, I hate it. Also hate the way this game is playing out for us. I think we might be losing this one. So if we draw a land, we can draw another card to draw towards another land, but they're kind of weird spot right now. You should draw lands. Through I hadn't thought of that one. Play the cat so I can scoop. Play the cat so I can scoop. Do it. For 1. Dude, sack the oven. Don't even have the land to kill this man devil. That's why I'm here. True, true. I respect it though. Oh, backup oven. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, alright. Even level it up so it's a tinge harder to kill. And then when they inevitably do kill it with ease, we get to fire back with our Fatal Push. Skill and ease. What do you got, opponent? Well. Well. That looks like we're probably dead. Treasure Vault. New one. Every time you miss a land drop, add a land to your deck. Guaranteed land drops? True. At some point, you'll cross the threshold where that is true. We're gonna block because they are very obviously able to kill this, and taking extra damage doesn't actually benefit us here. Take a few points. We're not gonna be happy about it. Vitalia Boosh. With the Bloom Command inside for the SAG matchup? I think he'd probably lean more on Harasunder if you were going to play more copies. I think it's also just a situation where like Rakdos Sacrifice is pretty good into Rakdos midrange and other midrange decks because you just get to play similar midrange deck but with instead of removal for the most part, you're playing a ton of synergy. You're able to sort of like outgrind it. So I think it's tough to turn a matchup like this. Sacrifice is one of the mid-range killers of the format that has traditionally always been difficult for these kind of decks in Rakdos. You can beat them, but they're definitely tricky. Especially if they're playing reasonable cards to steal your threats. Botsy's gonna see a boat. They're almost assuredly gonna take the boat. Well, they're out of cards, so draw another trespass shape, but we are pretty much in the getting closer and closer, never casting a creature until they have 0 cards in hand versus them on red black. True. That is some generally good tech. Keep fighting through. Pretty dead. We have some haymakers we can draw, but the problem is we need to like draw 2 lands and then draw the haymakers, so it's gonna be tricky to get there without falling too far behind to their castle, anvil, oven. You can also just like could just suicide in their 2 creatures, and I have to block 1, which stops them from having to do this, but ends up the same. All right, well, Terra Sunder is going to at least now help us out a lot with this. All right, like to attack for 3. They know about this Fatal Push, so change anything. We're just going to take it. I mean, are we racing 3 and 3, but you're going to draw and take 2? Yeah. They have food, I guess. That undoes 1 draw. Hit. Terra Sunder was a good one to be able to hopefully shape. Another oven, bad for us. The Mayhem Devils are there. I like don't want to touch their creatures here. Possible. The land. Double block. And a quad block. Triple block. Sure. It's fine. Didn't even sacrifice any to the ovens. Reasonable, because then kill it. Got our value. Okay. Bring in Meathook Massacre? Oh, Karizev. I was going to say they brought in something that took out Gigantha. It was Karizev. I want to do this, but we can't, so... So we just pass and let them draw a card and fall far too far behind. Shame. Only Shielder had trample? Oh no. We can't add more text to the card. Too many. Too many words. Could draw a Shieldred at some point. They're also pseudo at like 100. Not really getting anywhere fast. They've got us buried under this Lochthwain. Alright, well. Are trapped under the lock, unfortunately. They can just gain life and then draw. Always drawing it. Down to 7. Practice sacrifice, just grinding us out. That is how it goes. That'd be a Phyrexian Rhino. That would be scientifically unmatched. Big agree on that. You're down to 5. This. Gildred. Block 3, take 4 down to 1. Currently. Yeah. Currently, this would be take 4 down to 1. Card and look push. Oh, it's the cat. The Lashat gets in. Wait. They just. So sad. Finally stabilized behind the Shielder. One more life. I guess 2 more with the cat, but tragedy. Oh, head Shrapnel Blast anyway. Gigadead. Alright, well, expected. Rakdos Sacrifice does a good job of beating us down. That's not going to change by being green. Okay. Put down. Oh no, we just done this. We have this trapped. By new extension event on odds, they just bring death response. We died to the Den of the Bugbear that was chilling for a while. Unfortunately, they did just run us out of resources to the point where we weren't really able to fight back. Comes the bigger issue. Checkmate angle. Alright. Sounds pretty good. Hopefully we're playing against something where Fatal Push is good, but we have a Tracker and a Trespasser. Pair of 3s against most of the format. Hey. Mono green. Kill that. Or it could still be a Tark, or any of the aggro version. It's a matchup where, yeah, if it is mono green, we are definitively unfavored. Okay, well, Liliana can help us turn the tide a little. But we do want to get something down for Trespasser's on the first side. Tracker. Want Tracker. 4 power is a lot of power, especially if we need to chip down like a Kiora. Can never be pro players that constantly miss creature lands existing over and over. It's tough. Keeping track of what's on board is a real pain, but generally a lot of the times it comes down to like slowing down, taking your time. Ugh, Kiora plus Old Growth Troll. Guess we'll die. Yeah. Okay, maybe we won't die. Probably though. Yeah, mono green is the worst matchup for any mid-range deck. Because you don't kill fast enough and you don't tend to have enough resources to win overall. Rakdos can fight it. It's not like it's an unwinnable matchup, but it's a very uncomfortable matchup where you are almost assuredly behind in the pre-board. And post board, you can get it close to 50-50, but close to 50-50 when you're already assumedly down game one is tough. If you can steal game one, you're in great shape, but that is a difficult ask. Yeah, there's the Old Growth Troll, Cavalier, and Kiora, some of the hardest cards for us to beat as a range deck. Yeah, unfortunately, mono green is the matchup you least want to see in life. Oh, and they're just chaining. 30 mana worth of permanents in play. The reason I got super gaudy creature lands that look different and impossible to forget them in paper. True. Yeah, I like the D&D one. Those are the ones you're talking about. They do make it a lot easier to recognize what's going on. Kill Kiora. Plus bit of a land. Alright, well. You could say they're storming off. Almost. I'm sure they're gonna be storming off soon though. That's the real kicker here. All this and we're still gonna die a horrible death. They don't have a Nykthos yet though. They're short a Nykthos, a Karn, or a Storm, but yeah. Alright. Alright. Dress, Terra Sunder, Lifebane Zombie Extinction Event. Get in here. D&D ones, yeah, those are great. I like those a lot. Trespasser gets right out of here. Kalitas is good. Shieldred's okay. Shieldred's on the could get out of here side. Tracker's medium. Underdog can go for sure. Are probably actually just worse than Shieldred here. They're kind of bad here. They're triple pip hand. A Llanowar Elf. Okay. Can't imagine they're gonna play Elf over Haven unless they don't have a case. They're gonna play Oath. All right, have the land. I assume you Haven. Yeah. Let's kill Haven. Thoughtseize is good here. We just want to develop our own board a little bit before we Thoughtseize, but could be greedy if they have the third land naturally, but they don't. So play with it a little. Means we can take their old control. Find a forest. Now we have to ask the ever popular question, are we more scared of Troll or Cavalier? That does somewhat make us less scared of Troll. Eat it if they trade. How do you actually win the mono green matchup? You can't trade resources, attack walkers, they go over the top. You have to get under them, which is why Rakdos is much better at doing it as opposed to green black. Yeah, like against green black or against red black, you have a lot more tools to be able to get under them. Green black doesn't quite have the same tools because your 2-drops are worse. Yeah, Cavalier it is. But that's the crux of it, is you need to get under them and take their key discard spell or key spells with discard. And unfortunately, that is much tougher for this deck to do than for red black. What about going over the top with black green? You cannot go over the top of mono green. That is not a thing. That is the reason the deck is so oppressively good at the moment, is that you have to go under it even if you're a mid-range deck. And at that point, it becomes very difficult to meaningfully win when you can't go over the top. Because, like, given enough time, mono green will win. Oh, the Nykthos off the top. Devastating. Any other land couldn't have done it. I was talking about Rakdos. Oh, yeah. You can go over the top of Rakdos for sure. Something like Titan of Industry would go well over the top of them. Oh, that Nykthos. Yeah, mono green is the top. Cool. Get another one too. They don't get the one in their graveyard. Oh, could have accrued and eaten. But I don't even think we do. Generates more mana for them. Eat the storm. Kill this. Offer this trade. Not gonna trade because obvious. All right, you're up. You play tempo game against it? You can, but it's still really hard. Like, you can do like a tempo style game, but it's often not gonna work unless you draw the right things because of how redundant they are. But if you're able to go like 1 drop, 2 drop, bounce your old growth troll into bounce another thing, it does usually do a good job. They need another land. They need another lander to play something. Oh, ooh, unlucky. What did they even hit? They hit land Nykthos? That's unlucky. This lets them attack for 8, but they're dead on board, so can attack for 8 all they want. You find. No! Oh. Why is it the Karn? Why would you do this? Monster. Alright, we'll crack Clue now. Alright, well, Fatal Push is good. Not good enough, but good. We have 1 creature in yard, and we have this Hive. They have 4 mana to work with. Yeah, for Nykthos into Karn. Well, they missed on their second Storm, so I can't be too mad about them finding the Karn off the Oath. Gonna find. We have a Needle. Not a bad look here on who. This is about to be a 5/5. The real trick, though, is that we get to stand up high. Transmog Wand's a good one. Yeah. Good one. Goat. Root Goat. Knifebane Zombie would otherwise be quite good here. Alright, well. Has to go at Karn. I think this goes at Karn. This goes at them. They're at 6, so they have to block 1. Karn dies. They can block both of these if they want to. Then we have Boat for next turn. Bruh. Yeah, them turning this back into a 4/3 is pretty nice for us, actually. It kills Karn. Trade 1, eat 1. They're going to end up with no Karn, and we have people on board. Yeah, the Ox token buffing the tracker. Not the move we thought was going to happen, but sometimes it be that way. Alright, they're empty-handed. We have lethal on board. Eaten 2 storms already. No Cavaliers, no Storm. Karns. That is our wish list. They're paying costs. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I guess this can this be done at instant speed? No, only as oh, boo, boo, Wendy Testaberger, boo. Back-to-back Karn turns. How rude. That's a beating. Like I said, they had Cavalier, Karn, and Storm as their good draws, and they found one. They should just get Pestilent Cauldron, buy back another Karn, and pick those. Then they're out of range, and if we kill their Karn, they're fine. I mean, they could get like a Meteor Golem, kill our Sky Sovereign, and kill their Karn, and then we're kind of back where we were. Could Needle Hive. There's a lot of options. Yeah, Needle Hive, Meteor Golem, Skyship. Just you should. So I think what you're supposed to do is just buy back the other Karn and nick those. Carry it better against mono green? No. There is no good thing against mono green for a deck like this, but Skyship is the best option. Because it can just come down and kill a Karn and things like that, whereas Chariot generally doesn't do much of anything against green. Tron and Green Devotion get the best top decks of all time. No. When you put the cards in your deck, right? That's why they're there. Alright, Cauldron, buyback Karn, buyback Nykthos, play Nykthos. Yeah, get greedy about it. You can playing the next Karn here, kinda fine. Got a Needle on Hive. Could just get Cauldron again. Keep spinning our die. I mean, there's not a bad option at this point. They have won the game, but fight until they do something to pull further ahead. Even Needle on Hive here might be enough. One draw step away, so it goes. Yeah, Needle on Hive. What could we draw? We could draw another boat. We could draw another Terra Sunder. We could draw another Hive. Good one. Alright, I think we're done here. Oh, mono green best us again. Alright, let's see if we can scrape out a 3-2 here. Unfortunately, mono green does mono green things. Alright. Plan's pretty good. I especially want to try out the like sleeper as a lightning rod for Shieldred. Hive first, then Marsh Glade. Our lands are here. If you're basing your opinion on this deck on the matchup, you'd think it's awful. True. The biggest problem though is just that like mono green is such a pervasive matchup that it's tough, and I think the problem is Rakdos has more tools to beat it, and I'd rather have more tools than less in that matchup because, like I said, green is going to be a pervasive enough matchup as the second best deck in the format that you can't really go in with a bad matchup into it. Yeah, they take our Shieldred. Bad. I'm just going to resolve this now. Gives us a little insulation against potential Lilianas. Oh, they're mono black. Okay. Not what I expected. Ooh, underdogs not it here. Mainly because we drew a decay they didn't know. Suppose it's fair. Beast. Get in there, lads. Now, funnily enough, Sleeper is kind of the lightning rod, is the backup plan for when Ooze gets killed. That's nice. Yeah, there's the push. Now we get to just look this up. Bonk. Every deck main deck boat now? Yes. Gruul Aggro main decks 2 boats if that puts it into a better place of clarity for you. Every deck plays boat now. It is how it is. It is how it will be. So it shall be. You're saying I should find room for a braid? Absolutely. Most pieces of Abzan Greasefang might pivot to that if I lose the Will to Rock. Yeah, I like Greasefang a lot. Especially Abzan is by far the best build, I think. Liliana. How rude. Sack my back. So we're gonna crew this, use the 3 damage to kill Liliana, and then 6 damage at their face. Yeah, the midrange plan's nice. We're gonna draw a card here. We have this hive. Yeah, the deck is very strong. Just like having the option to be like, you die on turn 3 is very powerful. Very, very powerful. So we want these. Don't want these. Paris Unders and these messes. Guess we don't want Duress either. It's weird. It seems like they're just mono black from what we could tell, but they didn't show us enough to know if they're aggro or mid. But all these cards are good against both, so. Although like Fatal Push and stuff aren't, but we don't have a ton of answers otherwise. But. All right. Fire this 3. We're on the draw. Never mad at a value hand here. Okay, so they are aggro. Definitely like this hand to aggro. We'll pass in case they play a better thing. If they go to combat, we might just kill this, but don't want to kill it after combat, so they can just bring it back. Kill it. Can't trespasser it later. That's a lot better than the rock. Suppose it's a lot better than rock, as unfortunately that might be true. Yeah, I would definitely say that Greasefang is a far and away better option than the rock overall in the metagame. Like I said, the biggest thing holding the rock down is just that you have a oppressively bad matchup into half of the top of the format. Right? Like mono green is just a bad matchup, and you don't have the 2 drops to fix it like Rakdos does. And by fix it, I mean like get close to 50-50. And so like even if you make a lot of the rest of the format good, which again it isn't to that degree, it becomes a problem. Fun. General Zhao's chickpeas today. Eating good in this house. My wife has become quite the chef. Trying to be a little healthier, eat a little bit less meat. Sounds delicious. Big fan. All right. Want to trade, but we also want to not. We have Skeletus coming down. Pass. Take our 7. Can play Shieldred as well as an option. Sleeper. Ooh. We're gonna make that a 3/3 Death Toucher, I assume. It's 1 and then 2. Okay. Alright, we'll take this. Block here, block here. Some to commit more to this, I assume. Then hopefully we get to just like plus fate or put a Sky Sovereign into play. Ending. Even if we can't, we can still push plus Trespasser. It's going to mitigate a lot of their offense. This forces them to use their mana on the sleeper. But I'm sure they would like to anyway. Limit what they're after. Life. More life. Fatal Push. Alright, well now die a horrible, horrible. Quite dead yet, but we draw like a Thunder effects. Could have. No, we can't fucking wait till damage. Just gonna. We die to them going to 10. Forgot about that. Alright, game 3. They're on black aggro. Extinction events. Here. Gargaroth, though. Gargaroth, quite the game. Stands great. Alright. Continuation of the endless 3/2 life. See what we got. Their main phase. Back. Kill it. one drop? No, two drop. Kind of sketchy. A lightning rod here. Real card we care about's here. Free drop we got out of aggro. Can't be Mayhem Devil. King threes. What you got, opponent? Sure. It's Hive to kill Liliana if they find the answer to Cletus. Alright, discard this Marsh. Randy Marsh. And in a low resource game, pretty good about having multiple threats on board versus there are no threats currently. Play something like a Sire or Spawn of Mayhem, we can just Paris under it. This doesn't work the way you want it to, depending on what modes they choose here. Card this Tomb. Sack a creature. A 2/2. Fiona. Yeah, it doesn't work out quite the way I think you want it to go. Fieldred time. That one. Yeah. Can't imagine that's how they wanted that to go, to be honest. Sire, sure. Their last card isn't Fatal Push. Back for 6. Ooh, yeah, they're in trouble. We're land away from putting them in trouble in a lot of ways. Sure. Nothing. Attack with this. Good block. Might not. But I think they do block with both, because I actually, if they eat here, they take another 2 when they draw and 1 on up die, so they have to just go. They want to go out their own way. I respect it. There you go. All right. The 3/2s, as always, continue. Unabated, we find a 3/2. Hey, play points. All right, we're going to give Gruul another run back here. How this one feels. I want to see if we can run into some of the more common decks. We did run into a couple uncommon decks with Gruul. Love to get a shot against mono green things, see how it feels. Sleeve decks have generally been pretty good against mono green, so want to see if that continues. Plus, I think there's a lot of meat on the bones of this deck I want to test out. We played a lot of Rock in the past, but this build is interesting. Yeah. Speaking of boats being in every deck, right? Once boats are in your Gruul Aggro decks, Certainly says a lot about your situation in the format. All right, we'll take the play. Sounds good. We can play Mammoth on 1. And we have Pack Leader on 2. These Ronuses remain, I think, the card I'm least sold on. Alright, looks like Jund Food. Yo, Tom. Thank you for the prime. I sub for 3-2 decks. Cheers, my friends. Oh, then you got a lifetime sub ready to come. We are all 3-2s all the time. Appreciate you, friends. 7 months in a row. Thank you, bud. Hope you had a good lunch. You just want to slam a Ronus here. Next turn we can power up the lad and get in for a ton. It's also very hard to deal with. Well, I'm glad we didn't play an elf. For 10 tramp. 10 draw card. That's a good one. Vote next turn. We're gonna let us trade. Vote does a good job of turning on Ronus, funnily enough. Well. Sack food, draw a card. Vote does a really good job of going well over the top of their ground plan. Which is fine. Had some pizza, came in 6 in TFT. Oh no. You hate to see that, friend. So I think I'm actually gonna play Ooze. Go forward for us so we can attack. And when Boat comes in, it can clear the path for Ronus to get in for lethal next turn. Force a block, something to that effect. Sack it. If we didn't have Boat, this would be very frustrating lock to get through. I said. Witch's Oven number 2. Classic conundrum. It's Boat time. Bonk. Food. Or do that, sure. I would happily trade this elf. Next turn we're going to use Ronus to crew the skyship because it can give trample to the other creatures, not to itself though. Got opponent. Cauldron Familiar. Well, pain, but we're going to be put the Scoozles down and go of it. Also, trample's a hell of an ability. Mayhem Devil. Well, Mayhem Devil's gonna do a real good job of. Well, it was fun while it lasted, everybody. So they two, two, four pings, so they could kill the scoos. Two. Problem is they don't kill the elf. We have exactly enough mana to deal them 10. Currently they're going to 10. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, this should leave them at exactly 10. We'll have 2 pumps because we have 6 mana, and that should be lethal. They've already shocked in a land. They have one more abilities. This is already entered. Yep. They needed one more sacrifice. Bonk. Hit him with the boat. Alright. Outland Liberator. Get in there. Bone Crusher's kind of at its worst here. Cleave is good. Boat's good. Anything that tramples is good. Love Struck Beast is kind of not at its best here. Yeah, it's got some really sick planeswalkers. Why didn't Golden Argosy fly? This drives me insane. It's true. It's the scandal of our lifetime. Alright, we definitely want Ooze. We want Liberator. Want Ronus. Lovestruck's the next worst, along with Stormseeker. I don't know. I don't think we want these. They do generate recursive value, which is nice. But that value gets stopped pretty easily. Domri's okay. Probably not worth it. Probably just put this back. Yeah, I don't think we want these. Cleave is a little bit sketchy, though. So generally, they're trying to chump block instead of kill our things. But we'll see how they board. If they board into a ton of removal, pressures back in and cut the cleave. Well, this hand's great. See what they got. A goose. A gilded gooser. Hate that. Heart's Desire, please. I want to hold this beside you, potentially. That's a beating and a half, huh? Alright. They didn't crack on end step. Yeah, you're supposed to do this on end step. Just draw a card for free. They have a 3-drop they're trying to hold on to. Yeah, they got a tomb. Yeah, I'm not sure. Opponents. Our opponent. I don't think our opponent is finding quite the optimal stuff going on. All right, cat. Oven. We'll be able to eat the cat at some point. Not quite yet. Here, make them do this now. They lose the value on the trail. As soon as they're unable to do it twice, it becomes tough for them. A little sad we don't have double red because we need more green sources, but find another red source at a point. We could Visage this oven. We could also just like play our land, play a 3-drop, and keep going. If this is a Corvold, we're in trouble. We don't have a lot of answers to a Corvold. So that's just only 5 they play is Corvi. Two. Okay. Kind of less scary. I mean, it's still very scary, but no less. Work. Storm Seeker. Again, things that give trample very good, especially when we have 5-drop coming in, or 5-power creatures coming in. The other, it's the night side that gives trample. Sure did. I mean, the Ember Cleave can do enough. The only reason we're not. Oh, Karn the Great Creator. Okay. Well, I don't want to see what they're doing with Karn, to be honest. Attack. I think I got my list all figured out finally. Nice. Love to see that that you're finding your ideal list. All right. Red sources are out here. Not a great out, but it's out. So if we draw the red source, we can still pretty dead, I think. Yeah. We have been effectively locked. Go to game 3. Yeah, Arctic Sacrifice is a pretty good one. It do be that way. Follow, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Get to be on the play this game though. Big deal. Yeah, the biggest thing we need to do is just get onto the board quickly and then stick a cleave. So hand doesn't quite do what it do. Alright, this hand's a lot better. This, put away one of these. We're gonna lead on Mammoth here. Shock. You got opponent. Cat oven things. Hope not, because then we get to draw a card. Well, fatal push. Pain. Well, cat oven is a real problem. Deck's trying to kill on the ground. Beat a cat oven. Challenge impossible. Give this +1/+1 in haste and get to draw a card. Alright. Next turn, we're deploying the wolves. That's true, we are basically werewolf tribal. Sure. What we got going on? What you got for me, opponent? Alright, cat's back. Found a land and a gooser. Alright, well, I'm gonna do this. Draw 2 cards. Probably gonna Beseiju that oven real soon. Have a land instead. Good shock and draw a card here. Alright, they don't. It's fine. They're dork. You're up. Alright. Gotten rid of one engine. Yep. Yeah, meat hooked here. Orbold, cook, or oven are kind of scared of here. Yeah, it's a meat hook for 3. Oh, beat that. All right, good enough. Yeah, I remain skeptical that this deck will be able to beat something like Recto Sacrifice, but we'll see. And we keep running into it. Not great. Not great, Bob. Sacrifice has been on the upswing this last week, too. A little scary. But that is also true, true of any deck trying to attack with creatures. Never want to run into Sacrifice. Against red-black? Bone Crusher's the take. Interesting. Probably means they have an answer for pack leader, I would assume. Alright, you're up. Oh, they're mono black. Okay. Well, just pack leaders aren't getting in there very. Embercleave hopefully helps. Practice Sack has a great Rakdos mid-range matchups. When range gets real popular, Sack follows. Sack anyway had to beat the popular. Yeah, yeah. Having to beat mono green is the big crux of why Sacrifice has a tough time staying at the top of the metagame. But it's been picking up. All right. Well, Lily's gonna. They know about the Storm Seeker, so they can't attack if they make a sack. Ah, they remembered. How rude of them. All right. Well, what do you do against Liliana? You just overload their ability to block, defend it. Don't play a low resource game. Sign in Blood definitely helps them not play a low resource. A creature, but I get to draw a card. The one you leave the one going at Lily. Oh, Strider, rude. Fine. Ember cleave him up. Well, Sign and Bloods are proving to be a pain. Good. The underdog here. I will do that at my leisure, RMB, but I appreciate you informing me. You have sent me a message. Invoke Despair. Alright, we'll eat the elf that isn't summoning. So no fatal push, no fatal push. Stop. Stop it. Do it. Alright. Just keep eating creatures. Let's stick this on here. Because if they're going to fatal push, they're going to fatal push these, so now we just get to eat their creature and ate them. Well, we've done a good job of insulating ourselves against Invoke Despair, that's for sure. Hey, look at that. Up a game. Alright. Removal heavy decks. Embercleave, Ronus, Lovestruck Beast. Submit. Alright. That's much better. Oh, I love Lovestruck Beast. Well, our elf lived, so that's more than I was expecting. Or they just waited till upkeep to kill it? Elf. Elf. Sign in Blood. Tapland, Sign in Blood. Not how I expected that to go. Alright. We're just bonking them to death with some elves this game. Nothing too crazy. Oh no, Field of Ruin. Hoping they play something we can vote. What's the scariest thing here? Shieldred? No. No, that's scarier. Yeah. Not actually that scary, though, because we already have 4 mana. Now we have 5. Those dorks were kind of just sitting, playing elves after all I see. Oh, yeah. Can't escape them. The elves, they go everywhere. Alright, well. You got it. Kill Lily to protect our ooze here. Kill this Aetherborn at our leisure. Field of Ruin. Sure. Get a mountain. Another Liliana. Now, the backup Liliana is rough here. Stops us from crewing right now. We can draw a creature that crews, we're happy. Look at that. Like, professional. We get to do the ever so lovely attack Liliana, kill your creature. Yeah, Boat is just a destructive force. Play Boat. Boat good. What deck are you playing? Doesn't matter. Play Boat. I guess that's not true, but close. Close to true. Oh! That poor pack leader. That's a lot of Lockcoin, huh? Alright. Alright. Trespasser. That's a reason to hold a land, I suppose. Well, it was looking bad quickly. It's funny. Beginning of combat. Make it a 3/3. Ace. Alright. I have one creature in the yard. They have one creature in the yard. I mean, they could attack for 11. 11's a pretty big number. Okay, now they could attack for 10. Yeah, because they don't have another creature. Stand up the lad. We draw. Collected company into 2 creatures that could crew Sky Sovereign. They'll be at 11. They're going to take 6 down to 5. So 2 creatures, one gets haste. Block one of them. Not enough. Oh, we kill the block. Well, no, we can't unless we draw a card, right? Oh, Stomping Ground definitely isn't it. Alright, game 3. Show me what you got, opponent. Alright, I'll take the play. Hand's great. Especially if they have a slower hand like last game. We can diversify our threats pretty well. What do you got for me, opponent? Nazi, take my pack leader? I assume. The hasty lad. Okay. Oh. If I do. Deploy the lads. Push. No. So rude. Well. Okay. Draw. That counts as something else. They have a push too. Thoughtsei's push is a rude start, opponent. I'll say it. Say it. Comes the extinction of Aoza. I don't know if you'd do that if you had Extinction Command. Can't believe they're able to sleep at night. It's true. True. Monsters. Well, they're at 6, so I was hoping. Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Path to Peril, 6. So, pretty good start all around. Both teams fighting hard. The Extinction event, they have to do it on... Do it on Odd. I mean, I guess that makes sense in regards to potentially. Gotta put him to 2 and insulate ourselves against Invoke or Liliana. Played correctly and got paid off for it. Next true crime Netflix on this game's opening. True. Just an absolute crime. Back and forth, back and forth. Let me check RMBs. Seems solid all around. Terrace under main might be a little aggressive. Chariots are fine over the Kalidoses. I think if you were to cut the Terrace unders, you probably have a little bit more room to like get your 4th tracker in there. I think if you're on 3 Chariot, you probably also don't want 3 Shieldred. Just end up a little too high on the top end. Can be dangerous. Yeah, I'd probably trim the Terrace unders for some other form of removal that's a little bit more universally cheap without having to pay into 4 mana to have it do what you want to do most of the time. We're up against Heroic here. And this hand goes hard. Like, Lovestruck Beast into Ronus is a bop. Alright. Player 1 drop, player 2 drop, player 3 drop, player 3 drop, you know them. As Garfield intended. Die a horrible, horrible death if they have a bunch of interaction. That was always the case. Shock here. Not blocking. So let's get a chip point in. Next turn we can play Forest or Kerplusion Forest into Beast. Then we play Ronus Elf or Stormseeker. Anger. Well, we could still trade, but we're not gonna block, so there's that. The devastation awaiting us if they have a Reckless Rage here. Can't block. I'd love to, but we can't. Never could we block here, fortunately. Mostly care about having our Ronus on defense, so we need to get this Lovestruck Beast to play first. Ugh, that's gross. I'm really be so happy to just go like Stormseeker tag for 6, but we're already on here. Storks are coming in a little late. Need them on 1 or not at all here. I guess I'll leave Pack Leader back because I would probably block the Dread Horde with it. Depends. Good chance we're just gonna get run over here. Fortunately, we do have to throw this Lovestruck Beast something probably. Truck Beast, it's your time to shine. Get in there, bud. If they want to use gas. Both scenarios bad for us. Good. Have nothing. Unlikely. Why we could never block any other day. Our plan of getting this Ronus down is not looking great, so we gotta just survive. Got opponent. And Heroicus felt tough. Both times we played it with this deck. They just are faster than us by a turn. The fact that they can invalidate our Lovestruck Beast make it real awkward, because that's our general plan, right? They just stick this and stuff their offense, but it doesn't play out that way. Alright, you're up. We're not in a good way. I'll tell you that much. But if we're not dead, you have a shot to get this Ronus down, which does make life a lot easier. Might even want to just throw away this Werewolf Pack Leader, because we have a creature that's white. So we can... Oh, I just didn't tap land. Disaster. Okay, well that'll get us dead either way. Willing to die to that. Alright, let's go to the post forward. For these cards. Votes are fine. Unimpressive when we're more likely to dealing with a 5/5 or bigger. Gotta try and keep things in check. Alright. 4. Hard to turn down, though it is missing a rending volley to be truly where we want it. Top late. Scariest in their deck, especially when all our removal is damage based. Storm Seeker, Collect a Company. It's a good enough curve. Ugh, gross. This not only blocks us on offense, it's gonna stunt us on defense too. Yeah, like I said, them being able to get this to be a 4/5 or 5/6 immediately. Just turn 2, hit for 5. Right on time. We're dead, lad. Yeah, unfortunately, Heroic is just like a mile and a half faster than us. Like, run into this a couple times now. No land. We have that. So this Coco can find something meaningful. Maybe we can race. In this main phase, we have Storm in our deck. Alright, well, we have a load of creatures. Getting for 7. 7, 9. Oh, they have a Reckless Rage here? That's a disaster. I mean, everything's a disaster at this point, to be fair. Any and everything. Disasters remain. Have this to chump block. Take our 6. Hope they don't have trample. This also lets us buy a little bit of time. Up. That. Punk 11. Okay. Well. Now we're on the draw, though. Now we're on the draw. Like I said, very scary. Rending Volley would not have killed their turn 1 Hoplite. Scary, scary, scary stuff. Land. Alright, what do you got for us? Alright, this hand's good. We gotta lead on this. They have a tap land on 1. Not. Okay, but if Swift Spear is better for us than any. Alright, Stork time. Get in there, lad. Five does a lot of blocking. Yeah, we're gonna take that. No blocks. Oh, no land. I want to play this, but I can't, so mad about it. Play this tapped and play Love Struck Beast or a Bone Crusher. Alright, you're in there. Take 3. The code. I think just deploying a 5/5 gets us further ahead here, and then we can Coco next turn. 5/5 is just so hard to get, especially on 1 lane. Instead of 4/5, I can block that. Attack for 5. I want to see if we can entice them to attack with this Coco. So since we had this sitting here, it's pretty obvious what's going on. 5/5. They find another land. They do. Alright, so now they can attack with impunity. Problem is they're risking a crackback if they. Five, 10, 13, 15. This is lethal by itself. Our Love Struck Beasts coming in huge here. It's just murder machines. Combat, get Bone Crusher haste, get in 15, 18. Alright, we stole it against Heroic, up to 2-1. Definitely tough to win that game 3 on the play, or on the draw. But opponent getting stuck on land, always a win condition as an aggro deck. Can't ever count that out. Alright, white move. Under pressure, but we have it covered. Here doesn't do anything. Here doesn't do anything. Here doesn't really. Alright, we're on the draw here. Last seen playing Golgari midrange, so maybe we're just playing a fight of our last deck versus our current deck here. They're thinking. Doesn't, well, that does put pressure here, but they could just do this. It's covered. Anything here. It's on a white square. Okay, so go check first. Scoot this up. Now this is covered. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, our triple pack leader hands. Against a Mutavault start. What companion do we got? Gigantha? Gigantha Mutavault. What are we up to, opponent? Curious. Curiouser and curiouser. Not heroic, it's not sacrifice, it's not nit. What? What? Okay. Got it, bud. I'm gonna shock so we don't have to limit our options later. Be able to play this on red for Embercleave. Mono green Stompy. No, green black. Okay. Trespasser, that's fine. Yeah. Attack. I'm just gonna dump 2 pack leaders if they don't block, and if they do block, we're gonna heave the boy. It's cleaving time. Green black midrange with Gigantha means no. Sure. They're on Chariot instead of Shieldred or Kalita. Fine. Back. This. This. Be out here wolfing. Nothing but pack leaders. All of the pack coming in hot. Yeah, for me. Could have Bone Crusher to cat, but if they play another creature and they could end step kill the cat token. Any number of things we might want to Crusher more cat token. Have a big board. Alright. Embercleave gets the job done, so we're going to thank it by getting it right the hell out of here. Porting in these cards. Ding submit. I don't know how many times we can run this gambit, but we're going to keep doing it. Collected Company and Planeswalkers in, Ronus, Lovestruck Beast, and Ember out. Have a better value mid-game. Oh, we have a Domri this time. We haven't seen a Domri yet. We've seen Xenagos, which has done work. We haven't caught a Domri. Domri doing Domri things. It was one of my favorite Domries when I started, not when I started playing, but when I was in college. We played this set a lot. Blast. I loved every second of it. Gate crash. Yeah. Deville, you're on there. Got a fatal push? Sure. Deville, the man of many talents. I'm going to play Domri. Draw half a card. Hey, we get this one. You have to kill creatures to get cards. They just used the Bloodchief's Thirst. Oh, they also missed a land drop. Not ideal. Huh? Sure. Plus. Draw that one. I could just play Ooze Pack Leader. I think I like doing that. As much as I want a company, I think I do want to set some things into play, make it harder for them to interact here. Coco at our leisure, as we are equal on cards since Domri's drawn 2, which is unlikely over. Domri looking real hot, gotta tell you. Domri out here drawing cards, threatening. It's an unbeatable emblem, so we can deploy the goons and just keep everything on the battlefield. We'll eventually run them out of the game. They're also stuck on lands. It's turn 5 for them. Alright, they found land 3. They play Lovestroke Beast. Yeah. Attack. Plus. Oh, we finally don't see a... That's what I mean by drawing half a card, is generally speaking, you're every other turn. I want to say what the map used to be. Obviously, haven't broken out the hypergeometric calculator anytime recently. That's what it used to always be. Was theory, you would draw a card every other turn. So we drew 2 in a row and then we missed. Fairly reasonable stuff. Yeah, that's got to be like a doomed angle for them unless they can deal with the Domri. Alright, they tap out. Alright, find a Mutavault. Question is, do they attack? Could always fight to kill off their 1/1, but I don't think we have to. Yeah, I don't think they're attacking anytime soon. Double Stormseeker. Don't mind if I do. Plus again. Worry about a potential bear coming our way next. All right, Coco on top is pretty good. Fan. Don't do that. Let's make this ooze. We could have made the pack leader 6/6 and then gotten the Coco into hand, but 5/2 coming in hot. We can make it a 6/3. Well, we've dumped all our resources, and much like our 5/5s do, their 5/5s have stunted us a bit. Now we're just 5-ing. Turn all of our things into big threats to these Storm Seekers. Thinking about it, they could trade the Cheville, they could trade the Visionary. Take it. Alright. It's 3, yeah. Yeah. My expectation is they're probably going to invoke Despair us. They don't, though. We have this Coco coming off, and we can even get to nighttime if we want to. Throw all our power onto this pack leader, attack for 6, draw card. Domri's drawn 2, missed 2, so we're still at 50% as the legends foretold. Always was a 50% angle. Mana, 3, 5. Boat. Boat. Well, boat's good, but boat killing pack leaders interesting. All right, well, storm up. Bonk. Another storm seeker. Cool. Trade stuff. You wanna here? Gonna just take it. Thinking about a lot of things. All right, they're gonna trade. Fine. Just eat this. So if they want to tap this, they go pretty low on resources. Yeah, I think we do that. If they do that, we just end up swinging back for lethal pretty easily. We also have the ability to just grow our creatures that matter and Coco. They're still confined on resources, and again, if they're using their time to kill Domri, that's more than fine. Domri's done its job. Drawing 2 cards, killing a creature, and then eating 6 damage is more than enough, because then we have a big crackback after the Coco. Trim their mana as well by fighting here. Think about, they got 7 cards, but only 4 mana. Alright, rebuy the Visionary. Try and find a land. This way. Kill this. Make another 3/3 and Coco. Fine. They'll kill a Stormseeker, which is fine. Fine. Alright, eat your creature. Coco. That bigger. Yeah, and now we just stand everything up and attack. Our plan was to force them to tap their resources, so now, right, we stand 1, 2, 3. This is a 3/3. This gets haste, and then everything gets bigger. They block here, take 3, 7, 10, 13, 15. Yeah. So if they want to kill Domri, they die. Assuming we hit basically any 2 creatures. Alright. Got a nice little prediction. Gonna get a 4-1 for the 18th 3-2 in a row. Not actual 18th, but many 3-2. Okay. Alright, white to move. We have this square and this square covered nicely. And we have this square covered nicely. Go there. No, that doesn't help us much, huh? We don't want to lose this. Could go here to protect, but that's not very pressing. Getting like 8 damage in last turn or so and only losing 1 extra creature because they had bad blocks might have been better. Could have been. Certainly could have been. I think it is a matter of inches, but certainly it could be. Double elf on the play. Give this a shot. On a white. Okay. Love a land. Too good. It's mono white. What do we want? We just want to ramp so we can play more things in a turn. And kill this. Let's get on the board. Next turn we can pack leader plus ooze, or if we draw a land, we can pack leader plus bone crusher, or ooze plus bone crusher, pack leader. A lot of options. Alright, Luminarch Aspirant. Well, we also can do this. Get on the draw card engine. Good when you're stuck on lands. Deploy the pack leaders. Alright. Your aspirant is protected. Tenant? Alright, well. I'd like them not to have a 4/4. They do. Alright, we'll throw away a wolf. Have into our pack when we get 2 alphas. True. 2 pack leaders, but one of them's gonna die, so it'll all shake out okay. So they can go block, sack, take no damage. We draw 2 and lose a creature, and that's a trade I'm willing to make. Get our land drops. Could also just eat it and then not block, take 3. Also fine. Now we took a point there we didn't need to take. True. Well, this ooze will get big, but it's not gonna get bigger than the aspirin, unfortunately. Well, this is gonna be an Embercleave angle. Alright, that's fine. Take 5. I'll trade with the bodyguard if we have to. Or if we're allowed to, even. Wanna for sure cast this part so we have another color creature here. The more diversity in the color of creatures we have, the better to stop potential Brave the Elements. Ship with these two. Draw a card, lose 1 creature, potentially lose 2. Pass. Pass. Just looking for Ronus or Lever Boat. Means maybe we are supposed to start the Ronus back leader. Adeline's fine. Plenty. We have multiple creatures that can get in the way. Simply. Much more worried about this aspirant and lieutenant. Right, we're looking for Boat and Embercleave. Now we can't attack in because the Adeline has 4 toughness, so we need to get bigger to draw cards. But again, we've diversified our color blockers. We have a good offense and defense back. We'll eventually find an Ember Gray Boat. We have 6 top end spells to draw to. We can ship the Werewolf and a Llanowar Elf in to draw a card if we want, and then Scavenge just to mop up the things that die. We should tap an elf in case we drew a Ember here. Yeah, it's gonna be an embarrassing oof. Although I guess with the Dauntless Bar card, it would have just traded for that. Sad. It's an Aganjo. It's fine. Gets to draw the card. All we cared about. Again, get through it as best we can. Dudes will keep growing. Got 3 cards to eat now. They keep putting counters on Adeline. Bad luck. Again, we have infinite blockers though. We are kind of in this spot where, and I guess they could just grave the elements Adeline if they want to keep getting in. This. With the second ooze. I will. Save this last creature for a second ooze. Alright, well now I can turn these Lovestruck Beasts into 6 power creatures. Big gain on this board. Alright, get in there. I would like to offer you many trades, whatever you choose. Talia, sure. I will happily grow my oozes. They have another Ganjo? No, okay. They put a counter on Adeline, I can't get in with that attack anymore, but they don't play a creature or a spell, we get this this flips and then I can again. It'll be a 7 trample. We are getting close to attack out. Where we have 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. This. Oh ho ho, mon frere. Okay, so block, 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 block. 4, so 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. But we have this Ember Cleave. I think it might be time. I think it might be time for the bonk. Time for the most aggressive Settle the Wreckage you've ever seen. Just absolute catastrophe. Well, we drew enough extra cards to eventually find our Ember Cleave. That was our game plan, and we executed. Sure. Currently, that's the one we're probably going to Ember Cleave. Ending. Okay, block on the use. Yeah, they should block the set. Well, the 7 has trample, so I'm guessing they're going to let that through. Currently 11, 14, 18, 20, 22. So they got to block 2 more. They got to block. They got to block with everything. We can just throw an Ember Cleave somewhere. The only interaction they have is a Ganjo, so we want to put it on something that has at least 5 toughness. So I think we're gonna put it on the Lovestruck Beast being blocked by Adeline. Okay, they're rethinking their blocks. Okay. Sure, they have to move first, right? Because it's 7, 8, 9. No, they don't. So we move first. Leave. This pushes through 9 damage. Yeah, they have the Brave. We figured. Sure. Again, this is why we wanted to make sure we had a diversity of colors to block. -1. All right. Bring in our rending volleys. I get a feeling they're going to bring in their portable holes. Cleave seems quite good here. I don't quite know what I want to cut here. I think Embercleave is kind of our late game insurance. Boat's also quite good. Ronus is great, but only conditionally. It's good. Pack leader. It's these. It might be Storm Seekers. Might be the Storm Seekers. Get these back in. I guess this Ronus only turns on by our 3-drops. Would I rather have Ronus or Liberator? I'd rather have Liberator. If that's the case. Trim 1 cleave. We want it, but not. Don't have to have it ASAP. We can stall the game out with our bodies. We do have some pretty large lads to get in the we did last. Challenger decks in Asia, yes, Asia, Europe and Asia, December 9th. See that happen. Okay. Supply chains be issuing. That bone. Time to fight. All right. Got something to do. See if they have the portable hole we expect them to have. A lot of Carplusion forests kicking around here, huh? Solid 3 of them kicking. Our mana base is going to be potentially painful. Okay. Hit me. Oh, yeah. That's rude. I'd like to not draw any more lands if possible. For the entire game. That's the deal we're working on. No lands all game. Thank you. Oh. Bodyguard has returned. On initiate. Fair. 2, 3. Yeah, you're in there. Alright, well, we have this nice little rending volley to work with. What do you want to hit? Gotta hit the U, I assume. Don't have to worry about break here. I'll block here. Here. This. Yeah, Brave costs 1 extra, that's why we don't have to worry about it. No, can't cast that, bud. That costs 2 mana. Dahlia goes both directions. Cannot protect your thing. Yeah, this makes our ooze a theoretical 4/4 here. Oh, sorry, 5/5 actually. And does a lot of their offense too. Go to 9, then we can gain 3, go back up to 12. So choose. That'll also flip it to knight, so we'll have a 3/3 and a 5/5. And that is a good thing to have. You know they have a brave, so we're gonna play around that. Play this tapped, and then we'll threaten to eat this last one. Pass, make this a 3/3. Yep, so we know about a brave and 1 mystery card. Alright, so last card's brave. Not gonna rush this. Just gonna enjoy our pace of play as best we can here. We have once again reached the point where we're kind of stable. We got this pack leader to draw some cards now. We can ship in with the trap breaker and the pack leader. They can brave. We can Ember Cleave to try and survive whatever happens. And like if the worst happens, our ooze just keeps getting bigger and bigger. They can't use like a portable hole or something because we have this trap breaker to just reset it. Yeah, last card's brave, so we know what's up. I don't have nearly enough damage yet to force through a brave. Draw a card. Oh, that's a great one. Talk about pretty good ones here. Member Cleave costs 5. Sure. And a Mutavault. Sure. Another one. Sure. Go to damage. We're gonna go to damage. How does that happen? They just let it happen. That's a disaster for them. Okay. Kind of shocking to me. Absolutely shocking. I don't know how they win from here now. Like, they had to cast that Brave, and if they do, we just Rending Volley and then Embercleave and they die. So I guess they kind of put themselves in a no-win situation there. Alright. Fine. Draw a card. We could have gained some life, but we just have this lair to protect. They can't attack. Yeah, and we're in no rush. I mean, we don't want to flood out, but still in no rush. Wild. Sure. I didn't even save the other hopeful. Interesting. Play pack leader. We can defensively Embercleave at this point, which is quite funny. But it does work. Work. Hmm. It's nighttime. Defense. Attack for 12, draw a card. Going to choose not to play any card we draw, though. Avoid flipping it back to day. Legends. Ganja. We're just getting in there. Good old 12 them. Like I said, our game plan here is just to outbody them. It's a good one. June Trank, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. We're gonna, like I said, not cast any spells and not give them a free flip when we're doing okay. A blocker, removal spell, stuff going on. Gonna be the Degen Stoneherd around the world if they draw another one. Take 3. Block here, here. Take 5. Not enough. I'll draw 2 even if this gets sacked. This is threatening to go up to 12. Pretty big. Yeah, and we just get to refill our hand. Oh, disgusting. Absolutely. Stand up immutable. -12 -5. Ending volley. Another ending volley. Okay. Here we go. The 4-1 believers get the job done. I do like how that felt against mono white. Well, that's gonna do it for me today. We'll open up our chesties. GG, friend. We'll open up our chesties, see who we're gonna raid today. Call it a day. Alright, what do we got? Anything good? Just some play points. Nothing too exciting otherwise. A little Figure of Destiny though. Counter Boar. Alright, let's see. Looks like Sam is online. Keep playing today, Sam. Oh, we're back on that Atarka Red. Alright. Send you guys over to Sam. Go say hi. Those of you on YouTube, appreciate you hanging out and watching. Everyone be sure to go check out the tier list video. Came out this morning over on my YouTube channel. Here. There we go. Exclamation point tier brings you right to it. Playlist of all the tier lists. Be sure to go check that out. And if you're on YouTube, be sure to give it a watch, a like, and a subscribe. Appreciate y'all. Go say hi to Sam. See you tomorrow.